Oh, good evening, everyone.
Welcome, boys and ghouls.
Here we go.
It is not Halloween time,
Oh,
unfortunately.
shut up.
It could be.
Bun here. With me is my girlfriend Yeen
Hi.
and our friend AK.
Hello.
AKA one of our mods, so if you say dumb shit about what we say in chat, you may get banned.
I can ban you, but not immediately.
But, like,
it may
not
take
right
a
now.
while.
A retroactive banning.
Yes.
Oh, thank you, Connie. Did Bill not do that?
Pat, what are you doing?
Is Bill slacking? Does Bill need to be banned?
Bill will get there.
Spill me. Well, I'll leave that alone.
So this is going to be a silly little stream. We're going to read something called Eye of Argon. And we're going to make a game out of it. So if you'd also like to get yourself an age-appropriate responsible beverage of choice, you can go ahead and drink along with us. What is everybody drinking tonight?
I have sparkling water with Pim's, what is it? Pim's #1 liqueur in it.
I have lemonade and gin.
And I've just got an energy drink. But
This is because Bun is sweet and pure.
I may switch to
And
alcohol in a
highly
little
caffeinated.
bit.
I would also recommend you try the lemonade.
I may do that, or I may get me some Baileys, although I don't know if we have any chocolate.
You can
syrup
mix the Baileys and the lemonade.
left.
Oh!
Oh. Ooh.
This kills the taste buds.
My blood and drink curdles at the thought.
Oh, don't use the word curdles.
Oh, I think
Fair
we'll
enough.
be curdling a lot tonight.
Be gone, be gone. Exorcism.
Hello, Watson. Okay, so I don't think any of us are particularly familiar with Eye of Argon. I read, I skimmed a little bit of it. I think Ian read, the first paragraph.
That was when my brain started to smoke and I had to stop.
I have deliberately avoided learning anything about it or reading anything about it.
Yeah, so this is
So
going to
I'm
be
going in as pure as I can.
a blind play of Eye of Argon.
And if you want more of the Syrian cheese, there's more in the fridge.
Oh, yes. It will not last.
Which should be a good time.
Sorry.
That was me. That was
No,
me.
that was not you. That was me. I opened my mouth and just noise came out. Oh my god. What the
Well,
hell?
I
that
imagine we'll be doing a
existed.
lot of that tonight.
I mean,
Opening
yeah,
mouths,
yeah,
noise
noise
coming
com-
out. Wait, this was on
What?
Wikipedia?
Oh,
So, Eye of Argon.
Oh no. Oh, it's from 2002. This is gonna hurt.
Oh, it's not. It's from 1970.
Oh, that's even worse.
That's definitely worse.
Written by Jim Theas. I want to say Theas?
Theus?
Theas? Jim Theas.
Theus not very smart.
Let's say that.
Sure.
So Eye of Argon's kind of interesting.
Theos is some bad writing.
Mhm.
Oh no.
It originally appeared. Here we go. I've got a facsimile of it. We can.
Oh,
switch to
that
real quick.
font.
Oh, this font
So-
is atrocious.
Right. So here's the
Oh.
PDF version. Let's see how this. Okay. So here's the reprinting of its original appearance
What?
in
Astonishing.
So back in the day, if you wanted to be a fantasy or furry or sci-fi author, usually you get yourself published in a fanzine, which is usually a collection by a couple different authors, and people would
Look,
type these out.
She's got the. This is a pose that persists into Marvel today, where
Both
both
the
the butt
titties
and the
and
ass
ass.
are in the. Or, I said the butt and the ass. I mean, yes, that's true.
Hi Zal, how's it
the
going?
titty is also known as the front ass.
So here's what Eye of Argon's original release looked like.
Oh, no.
Do we have to pronounce those typos too? Because
Okay,
ones
that
so
seems like a bit much.
no. So I went ahead and found us a much better transcription
It's preferable.
of Eye of Argon. So
71 to 90 minute read time.
yeah, probably a little bit longer for us because we're gonna stop and just complain about this.
Oh, yeah.
We'll also be
High-pitched screaming.
vomiting and other such
Right.
things.
At some point, dinner will be served.
So the
Hopefully
game
before
is, we went ahead and found a fantasy bingo page Lake Crit Stream, Lake Crit Stream. Kind of, yes. It's gonna
Or
be a
like
little bit of a
lit
drink
scream
along.
stream.
Or lit shit stream.
Or get lit stream.
Right, Watson. So the idea is we're gonna go around. I'm gonna start. We have to read this as written, and if the reader starts laughing, finishes a chapter, or misreads one of the typos, they will have to drink and then pass on the reading to the next person. Here is a collection of words we are reading. It's gonna be some words. Words will be involved. All right.
Technically, every word you said is true.
Yes.
Add to the chartboard.
I've still got. Here, let me move this window real quick. I'm gonna put away our bonfire, and I'm gonna get us some fantasy, royalty-free
ambience music.
There we go.
Toss a coin to your witcher, O valley of plenty.
Were you there for the stream where I rewrote that for Bun?
I don't believe so.
Toss a bit to your bunny, your readers or viewers of plenty.
All right, that's not too loud,
I
right?
would have been unconscious.
No, this was a couple of weeks ago. But I think within your Odin
It's in
sleep.
my busy season.
All right, is the ambiance working?
Ugh.
Is this doing it for you?
I have mixed feelings towards it. It feels like I'm being set up
Does
for
working
something.
mean my bowels are moving?
All right, so here's my I'm gonna turn this down.
You don't need mixers for rum. You can just dilute that in a little bit of water, ice,
And
you'll be
lime.
fine. Yeah.
Do it the
You got a
way they
lime?
do in the British Navy.
Mm-hmm. You won't get scurvy that way, too.
All right. The Eye of Argon by Jim Theus. The weather-beaten trail wound ahead into the dust-racked climes of the barren land which dominates large portions of the Norgolian Empire. Age-worn hoofprints, smothered by the sifting sands of time, shone dully against the dust-splattered crust of earth.
I hate this already.
The tireless sun cast its parching rays of incandescence from overhead, halfway through its daily revolution. Small rodents scampered about, occupying themselves in the daily accomplishments of their dismal lives.
Rude.
Don't work shame the rats.
Dust sprayed over 3 heaving mounts in blinding clouds while they bore the burdensome cargo. All right. Why does everything have like 3 adjectives on it? He can't write a noun without like putting.
This wasn't, honey. This
Oh
wasn't.
my god. What are we? What's your face?
I get to you,
for?
though.
Oh, Weather Marshal. Thank you for the 300 biddies.
Oh.
You're wonderful.
Vielen Dank.
Oh.
What I was going to say is, honey, this was clearly not written by a person. This was written by like an early, like again, this was written in the 70s. So what I'm
1970s,
picturing
yeah.
is like a computer designed from by the dudes who keep punching holes into like the Upside Down in Stranger Things. They created a neural net and then dumped a thesaurus into it, and like a couple of D&D manuals.
Hi, Josie. Hello.
Who goes next?
Oh, Ellie. Yes.
Do you
want
wanna go next? We're
Kind of
gonna
a
go in
special
We're gonna go
Saturday stream.
clockwise?
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
I failed on dust sprayed over 3 heaving mounts. Heaving mounts? Heaving.
Would it kill you to use the word horse or mule, mammoth,
Ass? Just saying.
mounting the asses?
Oh my god. Okay, he meant mounts No. 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 Oh, God. Okay. I thought it meant mountains. I thought he was talking about
I
mountains.
actually did too for a
No,
moment.
Because he's like describing like a landscape up here. Oh God. Okay.
And then suddenly here's 3 heaving mounts.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, no, I can...
Dust sprayed over 3 heaving mounts in blinding clouds, while they bore the burdensome cargoes of their struggling overseers. "Prepare to embrace your creators in the Stygian haunts of hell, barbarian," gasped the first soldier.
What the fuck is going on?
"Only after you have
Gasped?
kissed the fleeting stead of death, wretch," returned Grignir.
Return.
That's not a name, that's a bad-handed Scrabble.
Grignir.
Thank you
A
for the
sweeping
sub, Nova.
blade of flashing steel riveted from the massive barbarian's hide enameled shield as his rippling right arm thrust forth, sending a steel-shod blade to the hilt into the soldier's vital organs. The disemboweled mercenary crumbled from his saddle and sank to the clouded sward, sprinkling the parched dust with crimson droplets of escaping life fluid.
What?!
The enthused barbarian swiveled about, his shock of fiery red hair tossing robustly in the humid air currents as he faced the attack of the defeated soldier's fellow in arms. "Damn you, barbarian!" shrieked the soldier as he observed his comrade in death.
Oh, at least give him a good voice.
"Damn you, barbarian!"
Damn you! Hey, man!
"Damn you, barbarian!" shrieked the soldier as he observed his
I mean,
comrade
it's appropriate if it's
It's
Skeletor.
observing his comrade in death, which feels very... A gleaming scimitar smote a heavy blow against the renegade's spiked helmet, bringing a heavy cloud over the accordion's misting brain. How does one mist a brain? Okay.
Accordion?
It's a whole country where
I'm
they
pronouncing
play
all the
concertinas
typos
all
here.
The time.
Oh, of course.
Shaking off the effects of the pounding blow to his head, Grignir brought down his scarlet-streaked edge against the soldier's crudely forged hauberk, clanging harmlessly to the left side of his opponent. The soldier's steed whinnied as he... They meant steed there. Whinnied as he directed the horse back from the driving blade of the barbarian.
Hang on a second. Grignar's just, like, fighting on foot. I'm just imagining this dude
I
running up to
think
people
so.
on horses and, like, smacking them. That or he's tall as a horse, which,
That
frightening.
raises further questions. Grignir leashed his mount for... No, Grignir is also on a horse.
Okay.
Grignir leashed his mount forward as the hoarsely piercing battle cry of his wilderness-bred race resounded from his
Whoa.
grinding lungs.
Okay, hang on a second. I
Okay.
think we just hit something on
Yeah.
the...
Yeah, there's...
Hang on.
Where's it? Inexplicable noble
No.
savages.
I feel like wilderness-bred race might fall under noble savages. That might be me.
I would say, yeah.
That's open to argumentation,
People
but
throw-
his wilderness-bred... Can you go back to the text for a moment to make sure I read that right?
Yes.
Hoarsely piercing battle cry of his wilderness-bred race resounded from his grinding lungs.
If your lungs grind, please go to a doctor.
Yes, please. You have inhaled something you should not.
Insert, what is it? Mesothelioma commercial here if you've been exposed to asbestos
You may be entitled to a class settlement.
from the Eye of Argon. In fact, all of you may be entitled to a class settlement for having been exposed to this, but we are not the ones you are going to sue. Sue whoever wrote this bullshit.
Gosh.
We may be in a little too early.
I
to
feel like,
start
yeah,
checking
well,
things off.
I feel like we have the early stages of Noble Savage on this thing, though.
I don't know, but...
A twirling blade bounced harmlessly from the mighty thief's buckler as his rolling right arm cleft upward, sending a foot of blinding steel ripping through the Cimmerian's exposed gullet. A gasping gurgle from the soldier's writhing mouth
Writhing!
as he tumbled to the golden sand at his feet and wormed agonizingly in his deathbed. Grignar's
You mean
emerald
brown?
green
Squeeze?
orbs glared lustfully
What?
at the wallowing soldier struggling before his chestnut-swirled mouth.
What? Is it a horse or is it a horse or is it ice cream?
Are they his eyes or are they orbs?
They're orbs.
I'm imagining
They're
that they,
always
like,
orbs.
for those of you who've read your good Lord of the Rings, you know that the Witch King has, like, glowy eyeballs that, like, float. That's what I'm picturing.
His scowling voice reverberated over the dying form in a tone of mocking mirth. You city-bred dogs should learn not to antagonize your better. Reining his weary mount ahead, Grigner, not capitalized, resumed his journey to the
Drink! You fucker! Drink already!
If the word doesn't exist, can it be typoed?
Yes.
I don't know if there's a proper way to pronounce that, but
Okay.
No.
we'll take that.
It's if you mess up the pronunciation
Okay.
of any word.
The
Alright.
Okay, I guess it's my turn.
Yeah, where are we at? We're over
yeah,
here?
there it is, yeah.
Okay.
The
Yeah, start the beginning of this.
Reining his weary mount
Reining.
ahead, Grigner, again not capitalized, resumed his journey to the Norgolian city of Gorzam, hoping to discover wine, women, and adventure to boil the wild blood coursing through his savage veins.
Oh god!
We got it now.
Lustfully? Okay.
I don't know how noble he is, but by God, he is savage.
Oh, yes.
We're bordering on
We're
this.
getting there. I feel
we're
like
really
we're gonna
edging
get
on
there
it, yeah.
once we get to this city, because I'm personally going to bet that it's like some kind of Middle Eastern knockoff.
Oh, yes, belly dancers?
Oh
Belly
yes,
dancers.
belly dancers.
You think it's Norgolian?
I'm going
it's
with
Norgolian.
It's Leviosa, not Leviosa.
As long as you don't stumble over it, it's fine.
Okay.
No, Rigolian.
The trek to Gorzam was forced upon Grigner when the soldiers of Kryn were leashed upon him by a faithless concubine he had wooed.
Oh, dear.
His scandalous activities throughout the Cimmerian city had unleashed throngs of havoc and uproar among its refined patricians, leading them to tack a heavy reward over his head. Not to it, just over it. Along with Martin Luther's 27 Theses, or 99, I don't remember.
Ooh boy, Orientalism incoming probably.
I can feel it. I can feel
yes.
the belly dancers and the sheiks.
I can smell the
Yeah.
exotic spices already.
Yeah.
This seems heavily inspired by like Conan the Barbarian type
yes.
Pulp Fiction.
Conan.
So
This is very Conan, but without half of the quality of
Yeah.
writing.
more like Soldiers of Cringe, am I right?
Yeah. He had barely managed to escape through the back entrance of the inn he had been guzzling in as a squad of soldiers pounced upon him.
Wait a minute, what's a tounce?
I'm guessing it's like a pounce, but it takes place in a town.
It's a pounce and a trounce together.
X3 trounces on you?
Does it count as laughing?
I don't know.
I don't think it does.
I don't think so.
After spilling a spout of blood from the leader of the mercenaries as he dismembered one of the officer's arms, that's not what that means,
No.
he retreated to his mount to make his way towards Gorzam. Again, why are we allergic to the word horse? Rumored to contain hordes of plunder and many young wenches for any man who has the backbone to wrest them away.
Back.
Oh boy!
Well.
Okay, I think I'm done. Because
That
we're
is
on
chapter-
chapter
that is
2.
break. That is chapter break.
This is chapter 2.
Sorry, I think I'm blowing the mic out.
Oh no, you're good. Have a drink.
No, you don't have to tell me twice.
I can't process any of this. This has to be a joke, right? This is a 1970s
This is Conan the Barbarian fanfiction.
pretty much Conan the Barbarian fanfiction, but it's like it's fantasy literature.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
Is it?
It has a Wikipedia article, which I was not aware of.
A Wikipedia?
Mm-hmm.
Wikipedia?
No, that's the homeland of the noble Wikipedians.
And their mounts.
Yes, they're
Don't
noble
forget
mounts.
the mounts.
They're heaving mounts.
How does a mount heave? Are all their horses
I don't
puking
know.
all the time? Which, by the way, horses cannot puke.
It's shit, is what it is.
If their lungs bleed, though,
It's shit. It's all shit.
they can only breathe through their nose.
Hi, Scrit. How are you?
Stop.
Horse anatomy.
Oh, okay. Chapter 2. Arriving after dusk in Gorzam, Grigner, again not capitalized, descended down a dismal alley, reining his horse before a beaten tavern. The red-haired giant strode into the dimly lit hostelry, reeking of foul odors and cheap wine. That comma should probably not be there. The air was heavy with choking fumes, spewing from smoldering torches. Smoldering torches. Encased within Venon's earthen-packed walls. Tables were clustered with groups of drunken thieves and cutthroats, tossing dice, or making love to willing prostitutes.
Classy.
Okay. Oh, here we go.
Is this a drinking game then? Yes,
Yes, it is.
Oh, yes.
Hold on to your drinks and your livers. It's going to be a bumpy ride.
I will say that none of us are not drinking.
Apparently, Tim Theus would go to conventions and actually sit in on live readings of the Eye of Argon. That's amazing. I heard he vowed never to write anything ever again. So that's fun.
Well, hopefully that means he had a good sense of humor about it.
Hey, head case, enjoy your lurk.
Which, like, depending on how old he was when he wrote this...
16.
16?
Oof, that explains a couple things right there.
Okay.
Again, are
And
they
honestly,
fucking on
honestly
the
that
tables
makes me a
or
little more
what?
charitable towards
Yeah,
this.
honestly...
Because I wrote some real tripe when I was 16.
Mm-hmm. All good, Kenny.
I look back on some of the shit I wrote back then. So I do have to say this.
That's not to say we will not make merciless fun of this.
Also, I was going to say the problem with this is like not saying that I'm the world's greatest writer, but I was writing this stuff when I was 11, not 16.
Well, this was in the 70s, you know.
True. Yeah, access to stuff was more limited.
Mm-hmm.
My goal is to make everybody else here laugh.
So,
Eyeing.
we were making love to willing prostitutes last I heard.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. I love all the commas in this sentence. Tables
yes.
were clustered with a group of drunken thieves and cutthroats tossing dice or making love to willing prostitutes.
But there's no there's no verb here.
No.
It's just a bunch of descriptors tacked onto each other.
It
with
would
commas.
that would be the verb right there.
Mm-hmm.
It's the verb to be.
Awkward.
Yeah, not a good sentence. Eyeing a slender female crouched alone at a nearby bench. Why is she crouching?
Crouched? So, perched
what
like
I'm
a gargoyle?
I'm picturing a slave girl,
Hey, Pyro.
tacked to the table somehow.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, I'm not old enough to drink, so I gotta get through this on my own willpower.
Hold on to your sanity.
Did this book actually have an editor? Okay, so it wasn't a book, it was like a fantasy fanzine that was like photocopied and distributed.
Oh no.
Yeah. So no. The answer is no.
I'm reading ahead, it hurts.
Okay.
I'm trying not to.
Grigner advanced, wishing to wholesomely occupy his time. Wholesomely. The flickering torches cast weird shafts of luminescence, dancing over the half-naked harlot of his choice. Her stringy orchid twines of hair swaying gracefully over the lithe, opaque nose as she raised a half-drained mug to her pale red lips.
This was definitely written by a 16-year-old.
Pink?
I'm glad it's opaque. I mean, if your nose is transparent, this is probably an issue.
It would raise
your
some questions.
Skeletor.
Shafts! Oh, she's slob
she is
squatting.
slob squatting, absolutely.
Perfect.
Yep.
Oh,
That counts as a laugh? Fuck you, Pyro.
oh, Pyro got Pyro's caught bud.
Pyro's calling you out.
Alright, I'm drinking.
It's
Alright.
on.
Your turn.
Glancing upward, the alluring complexion noted the stalwart giant as
Wait.
he rapidly approached.
What?
Oh yes, the complexion noted the stalwart giant.
It's like your
Yes.
skin noticing somebody without your eyes.
Mhm. Notices your skin. Oh, well, what is?
Ugh.
A faint glimmer sparked from the pair of deep blue ovals of the amorous female, as she motioned towards Grigner, enticing him to join her. The barbarian seated himself upon a stool at the wench's side, exposing his body, naked save for a loincloth, brandishing a long steel
Two words.
broadsword. No, his loincloth is brandishing the broadsword.
You're-
If you know what I mean.
Loincloth and broadsword are both 2 words.
An iron spiraled battle helmet, and a thick leather sandals to her unobstructed view. Hey baby, you like my sandals?
And
Just
my
one-
iron spiral
They're hanging off
battle
of my
helmet, if
loincloth.
You know what I mean?
Just one thick leather sandals.
Oh god, I just... Ah!
Thou hast need to occupy your time, barbarian? Questioned the
Question.
female.
Question mark?
Question
Wait,
The female?
Why? Why is there that comma?
Question mark?
Only if something worth offering is within my reach, stated Grigner as his hands crept to embrace the tempting female, who welcomed them with open willingness.
Not to interrupt you entirely, but I told you guys that there was going to be a furry loincloth in this
Oh,
story
yes,
at some
yes.
point, and I was right! I want everyone to know that.
Actually, is that on the bingo?
Let's see.
No, I suggested that being on our bingo.
We're easily moving towards drink those problems, I think.
We'll probably
what
get
about-
there.
what
Can we
kind-
cross this off? Can we
Definitely
do this
foam
already?
medieval.
Yeah,
Yep,
that's
yep.
there. Also, exotic character is so exotic is right on the edge.
Yeah, that's very close.
But it's really ahead of its time. Little known fact, Grigner is actually one-legged.
Oh dear! Oh no.
Uh-huh.
I keep reading.
From where do you come, barbarian, and by what are you called? Gasped the complying wench, as Grigner
Wait.
smothered her lips with the blazing touch of his flaming mouth.
Get that scene too.
Wait. that's a laugh. Fuck you.
Yeah,
Oh
okay.
no!
If mine was a
Making
giggle-
me read this?
Yeah, okay.
Oh, no,
I can
not
continue
This part.
if-
No, we have to
Oh, no,
continue.
by all means.
Ooh.
The engrossed
Go on.
Titan.
From where do you come, barbarian, and by what are you called? Gasped the complying wench, as Grigner smothered her lips with the blazing touch of his flaming mouth. Grigner doesn't know how to kiss.
You can do it. You're good. You're good. You can do it.
I believe in
you.
you.
You can do it.
Nope. Nope. Bun, it's up to you.
Okay. Okay.
No.
Oh, I was really hoping you'd do this in the Princess Daphne voice.
Hang on, you want me to try again? Do we want to give me a quick read just so I can say that?
I do want you to do this in the Daphne voice.
Okay.
It's too good.
Okay, hang on. From where do you come from, barbarian? And by what are you called?
And it's good.
Oh, Pyro says one mulligan for Yeen.
All right.
Gasped the
One mulligan.
complying
It is
wench
decided.
as Grigner smothered her lips with the blazing touch of his flaming mouth. The engrossed Titan ignored the queries of the inquisitive female, pulling her towards him and crushing her sagging nipples. That's what got me. To
Whoa.
his yearning chest.
Wait, not the breasts. The,
The
nipples are
The
sagging.
nipples are just like.
Just the.
But I
just
picture you said
hanging
her
there.
breasts are perfectly fine, but like the nipples are like all the way down here like a cow.
Like an overcooked hot dog.
Why? Oh, this purple prose is gorgeous.
Without
Oh.
struggle, she gave in, winding her soft arms around the harshly bronzed hide of Grigner corded shoulder blades as his calloused hands caressed her firm, protruding bust.
Definitely written by a 16-year-old.
Bustin' makes me feel good.
I can guarantee you the 16-year-old was while writing this.
Mm.
You make love well, wench, admitted Grigner, as he
Admitted.
reached for the vessel of potent wine his charge had been quaffing. So now he's drinking her drink. That's classy.
Rude.
Bastard.
Friend, thank you for the hostie.
A flying foot
Question?
caught the mug Grigner had taken hold of, sending its blood-red content sloshing over a flickering...
Question, when did they make love?
Apparently-
well, when he was crushing her sagging nipples to his yearning chest.
Oh, of course.
Uh-huh.
That's how you do it.
That's how you make
That's how,
love.
Oh, of
that's
course.
how it works, yeah.
Just smush the titty.
Smush titty, get pregnant.
Bustin'.
Pregnant? Oh my, hang on, I have to keep going. I can't stop now.
Please.
Let's see. A flying foot caught the mug Grigner had taken hold of, sending its blood-red content sloshing over a flickering crescent, leashing tongues of bright orange flame to the foot-trodden floor. This, first of all, this implies that wine has an alcohol content high enough to burn like that, which, no, that's not how it works. But here's where I'm probably gonna lose my shit.
Uh-huh.
Remove yourself, sirrah! The wench belongs to me. Question before the court. Have you ever heard the word sirrah used in anything outside of Tudor English, either writing or like
Life hard and cold, tids soft and warm. Crushed nipples get pregante.
blabbered a drunken soldier too far consumed by the
Is that your
influ-
drunken soldier voice, really?
Hey, let me do the thing. Let me do
Please.
the thing. Remove yourself, sirrah. The wench belongs to me.
Excellent.
That's
Love
my
that. It's
dad's
great,
drunk
actually.
voice. Not actually his, but he has a joke that he tells, a couple of jokes that involve drunks, and he's got a.
That's his.
He taught
that's his
me
go-to.
the accent. Well,
Right
drunken
ahead.
soldier too far consumed by the influences of his virile brew to take note of the superior sides of his adversary. So, virile
Oh,
brew.
he's so big.
Mhm.
All I can think of,
That brew gonna get him pregnant.
Oh, Grigner's so big, though.
but that's the thing about alcohol. You know, alcohol. There's a great quote from Macbeth, from like the Night Watchman, who's talking all about alcohol and love. How it makes him and it mars him. It sets him up and then it knocks him down. Basically, it's like entire speech devoted to the fact that when you drink too much, your dick don't work. Grigner lithely bounded from the startled female, his face lit up to an ashen red ferocity. These two words do not go together. And eyes locked in a
What?
searing feral blaze toward the swaying soldier.
Heck.
To hell with you, braggart! Bellowed the angered accordion. The angered accordion.
Oh my gosh, Lottie, thank you for the raid. Hello, everyone.
Hey!
Hello.
Welcome to hell. As he
Hello.
hefted
Join
his
us.
finely honed broadsword.
Let me explain what we're doing real
yeah,
quick
yeah,
for
you-
everybody who's new.
Mhm.
Hello, I'm Bun, and today we're playing a game where we're trying to read through Eye of Argon.
This is a
grab
fool's
a-
errand.
Grab an age-appropriate, responsible beverage of choice. So my girlfriend Yin is here,
Hi!
and as is our friend Akantarian.
Hello. Good evening.
And we're basically passing this story around and trying to read through it without cracking up laughing or mispronouncing something. So, okay. Sorry to interrupt.
Okay.
Please continue. Oh, Blanca, how are you?
To hell with you, braggart! Bellowed the angered accordion. I'm just calling him an accordion at this point.
He's basically a squeeze box.
Mhm.
Does that count?
You made me laugh, not this.
That still counts?
No, it doesn't.
It totally does.
Shush. As he hefted his finely honed broadsword. The staggering soldier clumsily reached towards the pommel of his dangling sword, but before...
Chet says it counts.
Okay, fine, I laughed anyway there, so...
Enjoy your drink.
Thank you. So officially, I have to voice all of the women, and I'm going to do them all like Princess Daphne.
Oh my goodness.
I'll allow it.
Oh yeah, what is everyone drinking? I just got a full throttle energy drink, so I'm cheating, but everybody else is
I have sparkling water with Pim's liqueur.
And I have a gin and lemonade.
None of this is enough.
This is what we have to start.
Your fellow readers are part of the challenge.
Deep breaths, everybody.
Does not know if this is the page bun from Twitter's. It is.
The very same.
Oh,
The twiters.
I'm on the twit machine.
That doesn't count.
To hell with you, braggart! Bellowed the angered accordion as he hefted his finely honed broad sword. The staggering soldier clumsily reached towards the pommel of his own dangling sword.
You know what I mean.
But before his hands ever touched the oaken hilt, a silvered flash was slicing the heavy air.
Why is air heavy?
The thews of the savage's lashing right arm bulged from the glistening bronze tide as his blade bit deeply back. I messed up one that was spelled right. All right, go on.
The thews of the savage's lashing right arm bulged from the glistening bronzed hide as his blade bit deeply into the soldier's neck, loping off the confused head of his senseless tormentor.
Loping.
With a nauseating thud, the severed opal toppled to the floor.
Okay, that's...
God damn it.
Ah!
I just expect things to be pronounced or spelled wrong here.
Well, it keeps the bar on the floor.
Loping.
With a nauseating thud, the severed oval toppled to the floor as the segregated torso of Grigner's bovine antagonist... He killed a cow?
Beef's back on the menu, boys.
Don't have a cow, man.
That
I like how his
collapsed?
torso is separate but equal. Oh god.
Fuck you!
I do believe Ian was sabotaged.
Oh, that's part of the challenge. All right, yeah. All right, my turn.
If us making each other laugh is part of this isn't fair.
Oh no, that just means we're going to
we're all gonna
end
be
this at
toast.
each other's throats, I think.
Oh, it's like Monopoly, but with more booze.
I've been here 5 minutes at
Possibly more
most, and I
violence.
feel better about my writing already.
That's ultimately the goal of tonight's challenge here.
What?
Is
Oh,
to
God.
encourage all of the amateur and up-and-coming writers out there that, like, no matter how bad you feel your work is, at least it
There
doesn't
is
have a
worse-
Wikipedia article proclaiming it the worst fantasy story of all time.
Wikipedia articles.
I know, right, Vi? It's like he can't write a noun without putting an adjective in front of it.
I had
It's
the exact
impossible.
same thought.
And nobody can say anything. They have to like roar or
Observe,
state
Proclaim.
I have to say, this is something that
Oh,
seems
man.
really common in a lot of, like, early 90s so you want to be a writer classes, where they basically don't use the word said. What they were trying to be was
I
don't
remember
use the
that.
word said too much. Unfortunately, what gets driven into people's head is just don't use it at all. And that's where you get, like, all the scowling and glowering and roaring.
or
and whatnot.
ejaculating.
I mean,
That's
that is
a
part
good
of
one.
writing.
That is,
Yeah,
yeah.
that's a good one. We were
You can
here,
absolutely
right? Or
ejaculate
did we?
across
Did
the
we not?
room.
Did
Yes,
we
you-
finish this? Right?
I mean, if you hydrate well enough, anything's possible.
We finished the pool
Yes.
of swirled
Yeah, we
crimson?
segregated the
Okay.
torsos.
Perfect. In the confusion, the soldiers' fellows confronted Grigner with unsheathed cutlasses, directed towards the latter's scowling makeup.
So he's got kiss
So,
makeup on.
is he looking real pretty?
The slut should have picked his quarry more carefully, roared the victor in a mocking baritone growl as he wiped his dripping blade on the prostrate form and returned it to its scabbard.
No, wipe it off more. You're gonna get rust.
The fool should have shown more prudence. However, you shall rue your actions while rotting in the pits, stated one of the
Oh, this is
sprawled
just the
soldiers' comrades. Grigner's hand began to remove his blade from its leather housing, but retarded the motion in face of the blades waving before his face.
They used the same word twice in a sentence.
Dismiss your hand from the hilt, barbarian, or you shall find a foot of steel sheathed in your gizzard. God damn it!
Can't
Fuck.
even fucking find a way to say
Oh,
I'm gonna
God.
stick my foot up your ass.
Oh boy.
Oh dear.
The humor is that a lot of this is so much like the English class advanced for most high schools.
Yeah.
Oh boy. Oh. Wait. Did we just call the dead guy a slut?
Yes, we
Yeah,
did.
yeah, he did.
Yeah, yes. Alright.
Also, he referred to not drawing his sword as retarding his motion, which
It's one of those things
It's
that's like,
not
it's
wrong,
technically
but-
correct, but don't
do
don't
that.
do that.
Don't use
Don't
that.
do that.
Oh, thank you for the host,
The
Paul
only
Bacchus.
thing that you should ever be retarding is flame.
Where is the human gizzard? Slut shaming the dead.
Uh-huh. That's adding some insult to injury.
Fun fact, the gizzard is found in, like, burbs, and it's a piece of, like, digestive tract below the esophagus where they basically eat rocks and use it to help grind up their food. Well...
Alright, where were we? Sheath in the gizzard, right?
Sheathing
I'm
in the
gonna start
gizzard.
saying that when I'm...
Grigner weighed his position, observing his plight, whereupon he took the soldier's advice as the only logical choice. To attempt to hack his way from his present predicament could only warrant certain death.
He seems to be doing okay so far.
Right?
I don't know.
He was of no mind to bring upon his own demise if an alternate path presented itself. The will to necessitate his life forced him to yield to the superior force in hopes of a moment of carelessness, later upon the part of
Good
his
catch.
captors, in which he could effect a more plausible means of escape.
You may steady your arms. I will go without a struggle.
Your decision is a wise one, yet perhaps you would have been better off had you forced death. The soldier's mouth wrinkled to a sadistic grin of knowing mirth as he prodded his prisoner on with his sword point. After an indiscriminate...
What is that?
We will get there.
Illustrations.
After an indiscriminate period of marching through slinking alleyways and dim moonlighted streets, the procession confronted a massive seraglio.
The gizzard is stored in the
Okay,
balls.
hang on a second.
We will pause.
Seraglio, it's official. Exotic location is exotic.
Yep.
Alright.
That was, yeah, that
Also,
was a good
guys,
one.
there's bingo.
Yes, if you haven't seen the bingo, we have a bingo.
Oh, God.
Thus far, we've gotten the free space, the faux medieval setting, the exotic characters, so...
Definitely got default heaven.
Definitely.
He does seem to be pale, though I don't have a
Can we drink those problems?
There's definitely...
Someone
booze,
knocked
but-
his booze to the ground.
He didn't drink any of it, though.
Yeah. He was boning, not drinking.
Yeah.
Action sequence banter?
Oh God,
there's-
yes.
Yeah, that's a thing.
Yeah.
Notably, if we do get a bingo, everyone has to drain it. Drain their glass.
Oh, yes.
The fuck is that illustration supposed to be? Okay,
Can't
to be
even
fair,
identify it.
reading mode is kind of messing it up here. I'll try to find,
What, didn't you have a thing of, like, the printout?
sorry about that. Yes, I've got the PDF here.
Why do you have a tab open? Oh, never mind.
Just in case we finish this early, yeah. All right,
Yeah.
here's what the illustration's supposed to look
I
like.
knew they
Huh.
were going for, like, a weird Middle Eastern
yeah,
vibe,
yeah.
and this confirms it, except it's like
Yeah.
somebody took a Romulan and stuck them in a blender with Fu Manchu.
It's Jafar concept
Oh.
art fan art.
Jafar concept art is brought to you by Star Trek.
Benedict Cumberbatch.
God damn it. God damn it.
Oh, it's Ming the Merciless.
Okay, it's my
All right.
turn, I guess.
That's the Seraglio.
It is.
And with Seraglio. The palace area was surrounded by an iron grating. What a great grate, with a lush garden upon all sides. What?
Why is his head growing out of a clam? If we get more than one bingo, draining everything I have in this building. Fair. Oh gosh. Alright.
The group was admitted through the gilded gateway, and Grigner was led along a stone pathway bordered by plush vegetation.
Plush vegetation?
Yeah, no, it's a bunch of, like, what's the, I said Monstera, I think that's the name for the really popular, like, they were popular back in the 80s, and now they're popular all the time, yeah.
It's inflatable.
Lustfully enhanced by the moon's shimmering rays.
Shimmering.
Upon reaching the palace, the group was granted entrance, and after several minutes of explanation led through several winding corridors to a richly draped chamber.
Why
Is he going to become a...
several minutes of
So question.
is the moon horny?
Okay, let's take some bets.
Uh-huh.
Let's take some bets. Is he going to be a sex slave or a gladiator?
Ooh.
Ooh.
Or option 3, both.
I'm gonna guess. Okay. I'm going gladiator, but gets rewarded with sex.
Okay.
Uh-huh. Sex gladiator.
I'm gonna go with the over-under and do gladiator, but he
Hey,
breaks
Arcra.
out and ravishes someone in his escape.
Okay.
Sort of a, like,
So the
lady
reason,
under one arm sort of
in case anyone wants to know why, I'm guessing with this particular dude we have here, which you here. Like, he's just coded, like, oddly enough that I get the sneaking suspicion he might make some weird comments about our boy's bod.
Oh, yes.
Josie says, lustfully. You keep using that word. I don't think you mean it means what you think it means.
That is, Josie, that is this entire fucking story.
Good
Okay.
Oh, hey, Arkarat, how are you?
No. Oh, this is gonna...
Get in on your ginger liqueur here?
Go for
Oh,
it.
do you have the lost ending? I do, yes. It's not part of this document. I gotta switch over to another one. But I've got it. Hey, Nada!
Oh, here we go.
We're doing an audiobook today, Nada.
Confronting the group was a short, stocky man seated upon a golden throne.
Good catch.
Tapestries of richly draped regal blue silk covered all walls of the chamber, while the steps leading to the throne were plated with sparkling white ivory. Why does the ivory sparkle? I don't like that. The moon upon the throne had a naked wench seated at each of his arms. Wait. No, I think I fucked up. I said the moon upon the throne. It's the man upon the throne.
I think you did, yeah.
I think I did. I fucked that up. Okay, it's on to Bun.
Oh no, I have to read
Also, the
whatever
problem...
the
yes.
fuck this is.
Oh, yes. Best
What
of
I'm,
luck.
also, for this dude, what I'm picturing is the Sultan from Aladdin.
Oh yeah, it's just,
Mm-hmm.
yeah,
He's
Oh.
just shaped like a pastry puff.
yeah.
A pear.
Why is his head growing out of a clam?
Keep doing this. I'm gonna put the rice on.
Okay. The man upon the throne had a naked wench seated at each of his arms, and a trusted advisor seated in back of him. At each corner of the chamber, a guard stood at attention, with upraised pikes supported in their hands, golden chainmail adorning their torso ''s, and barred helmets emitting scarlet plumes enshrouding their heads.
Somebody please tell me what these barred helmets look like.
What a fucking image! They're emitting scarlet plumes that are enshrouding their heads.
That's, like, impressive.
They're just shooting out pink smoke. The man rose from his throne to the dais surrounding it. His plush turquoise robe dangled loosely from his chunky frame. Damn it, damn it, damn it, damn it, damn it. Don't laugh, don't laugh. Chunky.
Chunky style.
Extra chunky frame. The soldiers surrounding Grignir fell to their knees with heads bowed to the stone masonry of the floor in fearful dignity to their sovereign, liege. Oh, what is this? Oh, what is this guy's voice gonna be? I need to see this image again. I need to pick a voice for this guy.
It's a voice for that face.
Uh-huh. He's a little bit Christopher Walken looking. Explain, the purpose of this intrusion upon my chateau. Your serenity, resplendent in noble grandeur, we have brought this yokel before you. Parenthetically, the soldier gestured towards Grignir. End parentheses.
It's anyone's guess.
It's still in the quotes, so he's still saying this. For the redress of your all-knowing wisdom.
Or your all-knowing wisdom.
Fuck! Alright, okay. Oh god, hang on, I need to catch up with chat real quick.
Alright, we'll take a quick pause for chat.
Oh good, everybody's doing extra chunky. Chunkus.
We got a real thick noble here.
Chunk.
Lord Hugh Chunkus.
Oh god.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I love this. Alright. Goggles for Bun. Chungus Bun. Alright.
Alright.
Did he say wisdom? Did I mess up that too? Holy crap.
Where's Wisdom? Oh, yeah, Wisdom.
Oh, I messed up. Alright.
Okay, this sentence is going to be a bit of a obstacle course.
Gosh,
Your
okay.
serenity, resplendent in noble grandeur, We have brought this yokel before you, parenthetically, the soldier gestured towards Grigner, for the redress or your all-knowing wisdom in judgment regarding his fate.
Down on your knees, lout, and pay proper homage to your sovereign, commanded the pudgy noble of Grigner.
I wish I could do the voice of either Jafar or
Wait,
here.
he's
By
Grigner's
the surly beard of Murph, Grigner kneels to no man, scowled the massive barbarian. Oh yes.
The surly beard of
I may have mispronounced that, but I defy anyone to pronounce it better than me.
Oh,
Holy God!
Between the lustful bottom and the is the Mrifkin. I think that's where that comes from.
You dare to deal this blasphemous act to me? You are indeed brave, stranger, yet your valor smacks of foolishness.
Also, I have to say, like,
Fucking everybody's calling me a lustful bottom now.
he is.
Fuck.
I mean, if it quacks like a duck.
I don't need this kind of abuse from y'all. I don't need to take this. This is my stream.
I will find a way to ban you. I don't know how.
Lustful bottom, LB. Lucky fun, LB. Fuck.
He's been caught. He's been found out.
I find
Also-
you.
Sorry. The one point I do want to make: who here ever saw the movie The Thief and the Cobbler?
That is one of my favorite movies.
I was gonna say because with
Hands down.
this is Zigzag. That's
Oh
what I
yeah,
hear.
Zigzag is
Zigzag.
one of the best characters in animation.
goodness.
Seriously.
If you haven't seen The Thief and the Cobbler,
Have no
look it up.
fear.
It is.
Have no
It's Aladdin,
fear,
and it's
Zigzag, the
amazing.
Grand Vizier is here. There we go.
I find you to be the only fool sitting upon your pompous throne, enhancing the rolling flabs of your belly in the midst of your elaborate luxury, and the soldier standing at Grigner's side smote him heavily in the face with the flat of his sword,
Hang
cutting
on.
short the harsh
Hang on.
words and knocking his battered helmet to the masonry with an echoing clang.
I need to recite. How doth the chunky noble enhance his rolling flabs?
All the waters of his gown. How many sweaty slabs.
Excellent, thank you. Also, that was a giggle. I heard it.
Yeah,
I heard it.
more.
Enhance flab.
Well,
Enhanced slab 100%.
it is your
Oh,
turn.
it's my turn. Hang on.
Phoenix, thank you for the follow.
AK, would you mind watching the rice real quick? Certainly.
Appreciate it.
It's all I know it's yeah, it just needs to go
Hmm. How come I can't hear my
where
words?
it's gonna go once it starts
Oh, there we go. Now I can hear him. 501. And so, thank you all for the follows.
Okay. Let's see, where were we?
Oh, have a good night, Headcase. Thank you so much
Did
for
we
hanging
go
out.
beyond the battered helmet?
That's about where I was.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think so.
I just finished up that paragraph.
You left me in for a real piece of
Vincent Price.
You're welcome.
something right now.
Yeah, I. Okay, I think we were here. All right.
The soldier standing at Grigner's side smote him heavily in the face with the flat of his sword, cutting short the harsh words and knocking his battered helmet to the masonry with an echoing clang.
Clang.
Clang. The paunchy noble's sagging round face flushed suddenly pale, then pastily lit up to a lustrous cherry red radiance.
Can we count that as this? Because, like, his face is just, like, fluctuating colors, like a rainbow.
I
now.
think we're gonna get that with actual eyes at some point, so let's hang on for a second.
Oh, I know Zigzag's voiced by Vincent Price. It's amazing.
Excellent.
Love
Excellent
Vincent
voice
Price.
Excellent voice work.
Oh my goodness.
Yes, oh my god. His lips trembled with malicious rage, while emitting a muffled, sibilant gibberish. His sagging flabs rolled like a tub of upset jelly. Okay, I'm out.
Okay. Partially
So it's-
marking it.
So it's Evil Santa. It's just
It's been
evil,
partially marked.
evil Middle Eastern ethnic Santa.
That's Fox News' worst nightmare.
I think we're still good on this. I think we're still good here. Dragons. Rock the dragon.
Dragon Ball Z. They certainly are describing how fat and jiggly this guy is, just
Right?
to exception.
He shakes like a bowl full of jelly. Upset jelly.
Oh my god, he's just Boss Nass from Star Wars. We give you Saunabongo,
Take you through the planet.
the planet core. I know something even more evil. Star Kit's prophecy. Oh, I'm excited, Jack. I'm gonna write this down.
Mm-hmm.
I've never read this before either.
Throw it on the reading pile.
Prophecy. I love bad fan fiction. I actually own a hard copy, a paperback copy of My Immortal. Because I just
Bun
I love
spent
this so
money
much.
on this.
I so
But
much.
has also spent money on Empress Teresa.
Yeah, I did buy that too. They try to do these as one-take narrations for Streaming Future. Good luck. Paperback copy of My Immortal. Where? I think it was print on demand on like Amazon.
Oh, you also got fucking The Last Vampire?
No, yeah, I did. All right, no more laughing. No laughing.
Oh no?
Humor
No?
stops now.
Oh shit, this is serious now.
Oh no.
I have to read this.
All right.
All right.
How much more is this man gonna jiggle?
Where did we stop? We were like
His sagging flabs was right where I lost
Alright.
my shit.
His sagging flabs rolled like a tub of upset jelly, then compressed as he sucked in his gut in an attempt to conceal his softness.
I do have to say, this would be amazing if this was animated. If somebody animated this the way it was written, like
I feel like the
image-
writer is imagining it
yeah,
animated.
This looks in my mind very much like Thief and the Cobbler or like Looney Tunes type body physics.
Would Ian read the next segment as Vegeta as a treat?
I'll
we could probably
try.
convince you.
I'll try. We have to
Yeah.
get to a good spot, or I will at least, if not read all of it like Vegeta, I will read all of Grigner as Vegeta.
Hi, Flapjack.
That would
Because
be
apparently it's become a thing
How are
because I
you?
apparently do a good Vegeta voice. And my Vegeta voice is just
be suitably breathy.
it's actually the voice I use when I sing, "Hey you, I'm gonna take you to a gay bar." It's just that.
Perfect.
The prince regained his stature, then spoke to the
Statue.
soldier.
Statue!
Regained his statue?
Yep.
What?
He's in a Tanuki suit. Why do you think he's so wiggly?
Oh, of course.
And it's the ball sack. It's actually
Yes. of
He's
course.
just sucking it in to conceal his softness.
his balls just all the way back up, puberty reversed.
Oh, God. The statue is mine, Kakarot!
Oh, fuck.
The prince regained his statue, then spoke to the soldiers surrounding Grigner, his face conforming to an ugly expression of sadistic humor.
Take this uncouth heathen to the Vault of Misery,
Vault
and
of
be sure that his agonies are long and drawn out before death can release him.
As you
Okay,
wish,
The
sire.
Vault of Misery? What
I
is
love
it?
this.
What is it? It's been so long. We need
It's
to
probably not racquetball.
watch. No, it's like the what is it in fucking Princess Bride? There's at least one, like, not the Vault of Agony, like,
Gosh.
you know what I'm thinking
Yeah,
of, right?
yeah.
Yeah, like the we need to rewatch that movie. I don't think we've
I
ever
don't
watched it
recall.
The
together.
Pit of Despair.
Thank you.
There
There,
we
we go.
As you wish, sire.
Oh, see
Your
you,
command
Marshall?
shall be heeded
It's just
immediately.
Wesley, as you wish.
Uh,
Answered the soldier on the right of Grigner as he stared into the barbarian's seemingly unaffected face.
Oh.
Princes of unusual size? I don't think they exist.
Jiggle, jiggle, jiggle.
Jiggle, jiggle,
The
jiggle.
advisor, seated in the back of the noble, slowly rose and advanced to the side of his master, motioning the wenches seated at his sides to remove themselves.
You know what I was imagining with the Vault of Misery, though? Is, actually, like, David Bowie going, I'll make you a prince! The prince of the Vault of Misery!
Yeah.
The bog of eternal stench!
Yeah, no, there's that, like, this is or I'm trying to remember, what I feel like there's something in Star Trek that has a similar naming convention.
The Pear Wiggler.
Yes, that the Vault of Misery is just the Pear
Just the
Wiggler.
Pear
That's
Wiggler.
where the naughty
Bad and,
pears
naughty,
are
bad and
from.
naughty barbarians get put in the Pear Wiggler to atone for their crimes.
The Vault of Misery.
I
Sorry.
love that Pear Wiggler has become a stream meme.
Wait, where are you on this? I'm trying to
He
follow.
lowered his head and whispered to the noble.
Oh, got it.
Eminence, the punishment you have decreed will cause much misery to this scum, yet it will only last a short time. Then release him to a land beyond the sufferings of the human body.
Oh, I love getting released.
Why not mellow him in one of the subterranean vaults for a few days, then send him to life labor in one of your buried mines? To one such as he, a life spent in the confinement of the Stygian pits will be an infinitely more appropriate and lasting torture.
I mean, at least that's actually not shitty advice. Like, you got this big, strong dude, rather than knock him off and make him work until he dies.
Yeah.
Like,
It's like when someone gets bit in a
profit.
zombie apocalypse, and it's like, well, you're going to turn into a zombie, but in the meantime, you can just haul all our stuff.
Send him to the Stygian Abyss, where he can meet Lord British.
The noble cupped his drooping double chin in the folds of his rhyming palm.
Rhyming.
Both hands just cupping it.
Meditating for a moment upon the rationality of the counselor's words, needless
Apostrophe,
apostrophe,
yes.
then raised his shaggy brown eyebrows and turned toward the advisor, eyes aglow.
As always, Agaphant, you speak with great wisdom. Your words ring of great knowledge concerning the nature of one such as he.
Saith the king. The noble turned toward the prisoner with a noticeable shimmer reflecting in his frog-like eyes, and his lips contorting to a greasy grin.
I have decided to void my previous decree. The prisoner shall be removed to one of the palace's underground vaults. There he shall stay until I have decided that he has sufficiently simmered, whereupon he is to be allowed to spend the remainder of his days at labor in one of my mines.
Until I have decided that he has sufficiently simmered, then we will put the heat on high.
Make sure if you can't get a wild barbarian, store-bought is perfectly fine.
Stir often to prevent...
We must
From
make sure the meat is
overflowing.
sufficiently tender.
And then put it into your hot pot on low for 6 hours.
Simmer the barbarian for a few days until tender.
It must be able to be pulled apart with a fork.
Love you, Ellie. Thanks for hanging out.
Upon hearing this, Grigner realized that his fate would be far less merciful than death to one such as he, who is used to roaming the countryside at will. A life of confinement would be more than his body and mind could stand up to. This type of life would be immeasurably worse than death.
Oh, wait a minute. Where is that? Fucking...
Right there?
Oh, no, I'm looking for appropriate. Oh,
Where is appropriate?
appropriate! Fuck!
Ah, shit.
Oh no!
None of us caught that.
No.
None. Do we all need to drink?
Thanks,
Yeah.
8X.
I think we
8DX,
all need to drink
thanks.
if we
Okay.
missed that. Yeah.
Mhm.
It's valid.
Does that mean that we have
Oh.
to pass it off to me now?
I imagine so.
Oh, hell.
Oh, do we go back?
No, I'm not rereading all of this.
Nope. Okay. So we're doing upon hearing this?
Okay, so I'll start there.
Okay.
Upon hearing this, Grigner realized that his fate would be far less merciful than death to one such as he, who is used to roaming the countryside at will. A life of confinement would be more than his body and mind could stand up to. This type of life would be immeasurably worse than death. Give me 1 second, I gotta get my Vegeta on.
Okay. This is the illustration, by the way.
Dear God.
Oh, the racism!
A little bit.
Yeah.
Like,
I
yeah.
could have
To start
stogie.
with.
I
To
can't
start
tell.
with.
Also, what are his arms doing? Also, I can't tell if he's Middle Eastern or, like, Cuban, and what is that hat?
I like his stogie. It's fun.
I do like his stogie, but that really just looks
Yeah.
like a giant marijuana cigarette.
Blaze it.
420.
No, you
No,
gotta do the
I have to
Vegeta
do-
voice.
I just give me a minute.
Yeah.
Okay.
Iris.
Hey, you. Okay. I shall
you.
never understand the way. Yeah, that's not it. Hang on.
Iris, thank you so much for the resub.
Hey, you. I want to take you to a gay bar. Okay. I shall never understand the ways if your twisted civilization. I simply defend my honor and am condemned to life confinement by a pig who sits on his royal ass-wooing whores. and knows nothing of the affairs of the land he imagines to rule. Lectures, Grigner? Enough of this! Away with the
I am the
slut
Prince of all Saiyans!
Before I loose my control. What?
Away with the slut.
Was that decent?
Okay.
I was trying to like
That
keep
was-
my
that was
shit
perfect.
together.
Pretty
and-
great. I like the lectures Grigner question mark?
Mhm.
Lectures?
We're not sure what Grigner's up to. It
Space
might be a
question
lecture.
mark?
Okay, do we want me to keep going or do we want to switch off? Because technically, like, there is a picture as a breakpoint. Also, I laughed.
Yeah, I'll take over if that's okay.
Yes, go for it.
All right.
Also, my voice needs to rest. That was...
Change places.
Move down, new cup.
All right, I'm not gonna reread this Grigner part because it was too good. I can't do that justice.
Somebody click
All
that. I'd really like to hear myself after the fact.
All right.
I need to perfect my Vegeta abilities.
That's what he says too when he tries to train to defeat Goku. So you're already in character.
But I'm now picturing as a hyena with Vegeta's hair,
I love it.
which is just the regular, like, hyena mane, but just, like, 2 feet taller.
Someone needs to draw a yin with Vegeta hair. It is decreed.
We just calling everyone sluts now?
Yes,
We're taking it. We're taking it back.
I mean, they did say that people were just like fucking in the tavern. Like, this seems like a fairly slutty world they're setting up here.
Apparently the word
Cornfloss.
slut, before it became associated with sex, just meant that, like, you didn't keep your house well,
Mm-hmm.
and, like, you were kind of... Basically, slut used to be the word for hot mess, and then it got sexy.
Just like many things in this world.
What's the Vincent Price voice?
Vegeta!
That's great.
Also, hi, Coral Fluff? Hey,
Mhm.
Coral Fluff, hi. Hello
Creatures crawl in search of blood to terrorize
Terrorize
yours
yours
neighborhood.
neighborhood.
And though you fight to stay alive, your body starts to shiver.
there. What the hell is
It's
this?
the closest I can do.
Mm-hmm.
Enough of this. Away with the slut before I lose my control. Seeing the peril of his position, Grignir searched for an opening. Crushing Prudence to the sward, he plowed into the soldier at his left arm, taking hold of his sword. Ooh-woo. This is a reach around. When you're plowing in and taking hold of the sword, right? That's what it is.
Mm-hmm.
And bounding to the dais, supporting the prince before the startled guards could regain their composure. Agafnd leaped Grigner and his sire, but found a sword blade permeating the length of his ribs before he could loose his weapon.
Permeating? I like that it's just in the area.
Yes.
It's somewhere within the vicinity of his ribs.
Hi, Kitty. How are you? The counselor slumped to his knees as Grigner slid his crimsoned blade from Agfn's rib cage. The fat prince stood undulating in insurmountable fear before the edge of the finery.
Fiery.
Fuck!
Also, what I'm now picturing is, like,
That was a very
Jabba
horny
the Hutt.
paragraph.
Oh
Like,
yes,
kind of-
there's some. Yeah, no, this man is made of jello.
I have no idea what this is, but I'm rolling with it. So, Coral, the game is we all have age-appropriate, responsible beverages of choice, and we're reading until we laugh or mispronounce one of the words, and then passing it on to the next person. And this is basically...
a rough time.
I hate how they portray the prince. It's really like
Yeah.
fat shamey.
No,
it's
it-
super
yeah.
terrible.
Yeah, it's a weird hybrid of both fat shaming and weirdly racist
Yeah.
at the same
Again,
time.
they're
Yeah.
very much... Like,
He's
you said
Jabba
this
the
was
Hutt.
written- You said this was written in the 70s.
This
It was
written
written-
in the 70s by a 16-year-old.
Published
like,
in 1970.
Yeah.
So,
so
like,
probably the 60s.
Yeah. So
Probably,
somewhere
yeah.
along the line, like, the trope of the fat sultan escaped into the wild.
Yeah.
Probably. I'm looking at you, romantic artists, and all of your fucking Seraglio paintings. Yes.
hey, did you guys know the prince is fat?
Yeah, yeah. They make
Huh.
it extraordinarily clear in every sentence that the prince exists in. All right. Speaking of which, this sentence is a bit of a doozy.
Yeah, good fucking luck.
The fat prince stood undulating in insurmountable fear before the edge of the fiery-maned comet, his flabs of jellied blubber pulsating to and fro in ripples of flowing terror.
Oh, God. Oh, that prose could not be more purple.
Mm-hmm.
Holy
Where
shit.
is your wisdom and power now, your majesty? Growled Grigner.
Majesty?
Majesty.
It's
Oh, God. Oh, the prince is just Trump.
yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, just Trump, and they just.
The prince went rigid as Grigner
Which
discerned
one of his
him.
advisors did Grigner just knock off?
As
Majesty.
Grigner discerned him glazing over his shoulder, he swived to note the cause of the noble's attention, raised his sword over his head, and prepared to leash a vicious downward cleft,
He went
but fell
rigid?
short as the haft of a steel-rimed spike clashed against his unguarded skull. Then blackness and solitude, silence enshrouding, and ever peaceful reigned supreme. Before me,
What
sirrah,
the fuck?
Did you say and ever?
and ever,
Perfect. Okay.
peaceful reigned supreme.
The prince was getting hard about this, though. Okay.
Prince is super into it.
Glazing?
Before me, sirrah. Before me as always. Ha, 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 ha.
Nobly cackled.
I think you have to do that Mandark laugh.
Ha, 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 ha. Before me, sirrah. Before me as always. Ah, ha, 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 ha.
All right, drink. You laughed.
That's true. It was also the end of the chapter, though, so it doesn't
Yeah.
matter.
No, that's why I'm making you
Okay.
do it. Yeah.
Oh no, you're giving me big paragraphs. Shit.
Mm-hmm.
Good luck.
Consciousness returned to Grigner in stigmatic pools as his mind gradually cleared of the cobwebs cluttering its inner recesses. Yet the Stygian cloud of charcoal ebony remained.
No, wait, no.
Limpid tears.
No, you don't get to use Stygian twice in one sentence.
I don't actually think that's Stygian.
And then immediately
it's
followed up with
stigmatic.
charcoal
That's
ebony.
Like, wait,
Like-
hang on. Whoa, that's not actually Stygian and stigmatic are different. But I think he meant to use Stygian twice, but he used stigmatic, which that's like stigmata.
It's
So
his favorite
apparently
word.
he has pools with the wounds of Christ in them.
Yeah.
I hate this. An incompatible shield of blackness enhanced by the bleak absence of sound.
This sentence does not have a verb.
You're correct.
Yep.
What?
Yep.
Grigner's muddled brain reeled from the shock of the blow he had received to the base of his skull. The events leading to his predicament were slow to filter back to him. He dickered. With the
This reminds
notion.
me of Joker's boner. Like, do you
Okay,
remember
I'm
that?
out. Yep, I'm out. I know
Yeah.
exactly. I was trying
Yeah.
not to think of the boner.
You're trying not to think of
Not to think of the Joker's boner.
Joker's boner.
All right.
Oh boy. Oh, I hate this. Yin 2020. Oh yeah, Josie, feel better.
Mhm.
Oh, feel better. Oh, it's a gem. All right. I gotta tell you, I am very dickered right now.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
It'll make boners all over the place. Also.
Welcome back, Girl Fluff. What even is going on here? You know what?
Good question.
I'm actually kind of lost in the narrative, but it's
Well, he
it's
went
pretty
to the
easy to
city
figure
in
out.
search
So-
of adventure, and he was boning a prostitute,
And then he killed a
another
soldier.
was like, "Hey, that's my lady," and then
Sure,
so he
okay.
killed that guy. But then some other guards surrounded him, and somehow that was too much for.
yeah,
Grigner
so
to
life
deal with,
imprisonment for
so
murder. It's
He's
fine.
been sentenced to,
Okay.
to prison by.
Except
Let
death
down
by
by-
hard later. Like, hard later.
Oh
Mhm.
boy. Okay.
And then he decided, actually, wait, prison not good, and so he
Killed the
It's a lot.
killed the advisor and a guard. But then the noble still got the jump on him somehow.
Many more must be dickered.
Also, how much darker can you get than a Stygian cloud of charcoal ebony? Like
That's pretty dark.
that's a black cloud of blackish
That's the color
black.
of ebony, darkness, dementia, Raven Way's hair.
He dickered with the notion that he was dead and had descended. Fuck already?
Yep, yes.
It be like that.
I don't get to read any
It
of this
be
shit.
like that.
Oh.
Oh no, that's fine. That just means it's up to the rest of us.
Okay. Good luck with the dickering.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
I'll dicker you later.
He dickered with the notion that he was dead and had descended or sunk, however it may be, to the shadowed land beyond the aperture of the grave.
If you die in this universe, you go to the shadow realm, Yugi boy.
But rejected this hypothesis when his memory sifted back within his grips. This was not the land of the dead. It was something infinitely more precarious than anything the grave could offer.
Wait, why is death precarious? It seems pretty
Couldn't
set in
tell you.
stone
It
to
seems
me.
fairly concrete.
Yeah, it's a little cut and dry.
Death promised an infinity of
Oh my
peace,
God, Raccoon.
not the finite misery of an inactive life of confined torture, forever concealed from the life-bearing shafts of the beloved rising sun.
It's time to dicker.
The orb that had been before taken for granted, yet now cherished above all else. To be forever refused further glimpses of the snow-capped summits of the land of his birth, never again to witness the thrill of plundering unexplored lands beyond the crest of a bleeding horizon,
plundering.
and perhaps worst of all, the denial to ever again encompass the lustful excitement of caressing the naked curves of the body of a trim-yound wench.
Trim yound? Fuck. How is this story so horny and yet not? Hey, Lunabelle!
I'm going to pause for a moment there to rebound from all of that because
This
yikes.
is. I hate the like the Aryan fucking thing. Oh my
Yeah.
gosh, Luna! Heck!
This was indeed.
One sec.
Oh, sorry.
Oh my gosh, Luna!
Oh, we're getting a substorm here.
Thank you so much for the subs. Oh, you're so amazing.
Thank you very much.
Icarus,
Also, thank you.
Astro,
Sorry, I'm shredding meat.
Kryson, Josie, Egley. Welcome to the Court of Hearts, Your Majesties.
You got some good people in here.
Oh,
God damn it.
Hades EX. Oh, I haven't done that one yet. Good luck, Luna.
Best of luck.
Is there a drinking game going on? Yep. Whenever the person reading laughs or mispronounces a word, we drink
and trade off.
and pass it to the next. Oh.
Question, before we pass to the next, does anyone want dinner? Because it's ready, and it's amazing.
Well, that's
I
okay,
can
Luna.
eat and read at
I'm
the
just
same
drinking
time.
a
Yeah,
soda.
No, I know. I'm just saying
so-
a pause to get everybody what they want.
I'm going to finish off this paragraph. This will end the half chapter, apparently. Apparently, we're in a half chapter here.
Apparently.
I have to.
This was indeed one of the buried chasms of hell concealed within the inner depths of the palace's despised interior.
Despised?
Yeah, it has terrible reviews on Yelp. A
One
fearful
star.
ebony chamber devised to drive to the brinks of insanity the minds of the unfortunately condemned. Through the inapt solitude of a limbo of listless, dreary silence. Ye gods.
You're too good at this, by the way.
He's like the only one who's holding his shit together.
Yeah.
It takes conscious effort, I promise you.
Yeah, drink some more.
Also, can I just say, this dungeon 1 star would not be incarcerated again.
Raccoon. Lewd. Chapter 3.5.
Yeah, also notice,
Ah.
I don't think you can see the scroll bar on stream, but we are just less than a third of the way through this.
Yes, as far as I'm aware, I think there's 9 total chapters. Oh my god, I don't know who is reading, but you sound like Carl Sagan. That's Acantarian. Is one of
Hello, I'm Acantarian. I am a mod in Bun's chat, and I have a terrifying voice. Dickering.
my- Oh god,
Who wants dinner?
not the dickering, please.
Do we need to dicker over dinner?
Everyone wants rice and they're all getting meat, so...
Yin is reading next, so I think.
Pause for serving.
Yeah, I think we need to take a quick break, but just for a minute so we can all get, like, food, and then we'll probably continue reading while we eat. Don't dicker away your chances to expand your vocabulary.
The Eye of Argon will return shortly after these messages from our sponsors.
Alright, we'll be right back. See you soon.
Take care, guys.
Okay. Hello, we're back.
Oh, we're at 3.5.
And I need to ask Tiabats, do you find it risible? Do you find it risible when I say bigus? Digus?
You know, he has a wife, you know. Incontinentia buttocks. Okay.
Name's Incontinentia. When Arcrat is teasing me, Arcrat! Don't make me separate you and Val. I'll do it. I will separate you. I will turn this stream around.
Does somebody need a timeout?
Saith the mod.
So happy I requested this for stream. I am too, Pyro. Thank you.
Pyro's the best. Everyone bow
Pyro's
down to
fun.
Pyro because otherwise you wouldn't be enjoying this garbage.
They are, as the kids say,
I'm trying to
a real
help their
fun.
dickering not be dry.
Okay.
It's nothing worse than a dry dickering.
Well, that's why we're lubricating with wine.
Do not actually lubricate with wine. This is how you get bad things happening to your
A
rectum.
dry wine with hints of dickering.
I actually once encountered, this is back when I sold wine, I encountered a wine description that was translated and it included the word anxious as a scent descriptor.
Oh yes, this wine tastes incredibly anxious.
I'm not even kidding.
Regret says, please don't time me out, aka you smooth voice god, you.
A tightly wrung elliptical circle or torches cast their wavering shafts prancing morbidly over the smooth surface of a rectangular ridged altar. Don't choke.
Altar?
Altar.
Wavering shafts?
I like that it's
prancing
elliptical
morbidly?
circle or torches. We aren't sure which.
It's one or the other.
God.
There are-
Expertly chiseled forms of grotesque gargoyles graced the oblique rim, protubrating the length of the grim orifice of death, staring forever ahead into nothingness in complete ignorance of the bloody rites enacted in their presence. Brown flaking stains. Oh no, he's describing the men's restroom.
Now that's lewd.
Brown flaking stains decorated the golden surface of the ridge surrounding the altar, which banked to a small slit at the lower right-hand corner of the altar. The slit stood above a crudely pounded pail, which had several silver-meshed chalices hanging at its sides.
Wait. There's a slit that was crudely pounded, and there's brown
No,
flakes
this slit-
around the ridge.
This slit
Wait.
is above what's crudely pounded.
Oh, okay. Okay.
People
So,
are jerks.
so whatever's being crudely pounded is beneath the slit,
Pounding it.
right?
Pounding it. Just pounding it. Pounding it.
Fuck you.
I
Oh,
knew that would work
fuck
eventually.
you.
It's perfect.
I will
All right.
freely
you
admit that was
asshole!
sabotage.
You collective asshole. You already been assholes. You're just one big one.
Eat your dinner. I love you.
I hope you know I almost blew out my eardrums trying not to laugh.
She really tried.
Yeah,
by the way.
that was a little bit bullying.
Yes, Pyro.
Peer pressure.
Welcome to the most bizarre descriptions in this whole thing. Oh, good.
I'm honestly struggling with what they're even describing here.
Mm.
Like, I get that they're describing an altar, but it's so
So glad I get to
fucking
read this part
purple
now.
that it's like, okay, this.
I dickered myself. Now I have to read it.
You did give yourself, son.
The slit stood above a crudely pounded pail, which had several silver-meshed chalices hanging at its sides, dangling in the rim of golden mallet, the handle of which was engraved with images of twisted faces, and groved at its far end with slots designed for a snug hand grip. The head of the mallet was slightly larger than a clenched fist, and shaped into a smooth oval mass. Encircling the marble altar, I have no idea what this looks like. There's like so many adjectives in here, I have no idea what they're describing. I really can't picture it.
This is the descriptive equivalent of adding like 15 different spices to a dish, so it all just comes out into a gritty mass and doesn't taste like anything.
A smooth oval mass?
Yeah,
Yeah,
of
I like
course.
that. Encircling the marble altar was a congregation of leering shaman. eerie chants of a bygone age. I'm sorry, more bygone than our current one?
Mm-hmm.
We have, like, barbarians running around killing people, and they're like...
Back to the past with samurai cream.
No. Banned.
originating unknown eons before the memory of man. Oh god, there's old ones.
Great old ones or just mediocre old ones?
I don't know, but they're unknown before the memory of man. Were being uttered from the buried recesses of the acolytes' deep lings.
Oh, it's the unholy plane of Lang!
Orange paint was smeared in generous globules. Fucking globules got me. God damn.
Globules.
I can't handle globules.
Yeah, me neither, man.
Oh, God. Do not fuck the cactus. Wouldn't. Thank you, Arkrat. Oh.
Oh god.
Lings and globules was too much.
Orange paint was smeared in generous globules over the tops of the priests' wrinkled, shaven scalps, while golden rings projected from the lobes of their pink ears.
How did you even manage? Tops of the priests' wrinkled, shaven scalps. How did you do that?
AK is magic, accepted, move on.
Ornate robes of luskier purple satin enclosed their bulging torsos, attached around their waists with silvered silk lashes latched with ebony buckles in the shape of morose, misshaped skulls.
Okay, you know what? This is just a tongue twister at this point.
Oh yes.
Story.
No, this is taking actual concentration.
Concentration, idiotiation. Who remembers that?
I do not.
Nor I.
It was a clapping game. Maybe it was a girl thing.
It may have. It may
It then
have
went
been.
into people dying, children crying. So I don't know.
Okay, that definitely not familiar. That got dark fast. Alright, morose, misshaped skulls. Dangling around their necks were oval, fashioned medallions held by thin gold chains, featuring in their centers blood-red rubies, which resembled crimson fetish eyeballs.
Fetish eyeballs.
Fetish eyeballs. You know, they're all leathery and got spikes.
Oh,
Yeah.
no, stop.
Did you say
Cushioning.
hard ooh?
Cushioning their bare feet were plush red felt slippers with pointed golden spikes projecting from their tips.
Spikes?
Spikes.
Plush red felt. Why would you ever? No, felt is not intimidating.
No, especially when you got golden spikes coming out of them. And that, yeah.
This just feels like a cheap, wizard costume you'd buy at Party City.
Oh, yes.
I like their fetish eyeballs.
This is something that you can buy in a plastic bag for $24.99 plus tax, starting on, September 15th.
In a Spirit Halloween store.
Yeah, there we go. Situated in front of the altar and directly adjacent to the copper pail was a massive jade idol, a misshaped, hideous bust of the shaman's pagan deity. The shimmering...
Is it Cthulhu?
Wait, what?
A misshaped, hideous bust of the shaman's pagan deity.
Okay, I don't know when this takes place or what fantasy universe this is, but, isn't, Conan the Barbarian type stuff, like swords and sandals, or, that kind of,
Yeah, what about
savage wizardry, isn't it usually, pre-Christian?
Oh, yes. Yeah.
Aren't they all
it's,
pagan?
It's supposed to be, super, prehistoric,
Oh,
but with
yeah.
a bit of magic.
Isn't everybody pagan, then?
So yeah, I'm not sure what they're describing as pagan here. They just once again using it as an adjective without a qualifier. The shimmering green idol was placed in a sitting posture on an ornately carved golden throne raised upon a round Dvory plated dais. It bulging arms and webbed hands.
You lost him, ladies and gentlemen.
It bulging arms.
A bulging arm.
Okay,
there you go.
You're at, right here.
Yeah, the shimmering green idol was placed in a sitting posture on an ornately carved golden throne raised upon a round Dvory plated dais. It bulging arms and webbed hands resting on the padded arms of the seat. Its head was entwined in golden snake-like coils hanging over its oblong ears,
Everyone is pegging. And everyone is pegging.
which tapered off to thin hollow points. Its nose was a bulging triangular mass, sunken in at its sides with toe-gaping nostrils. Dramatic beneath the nostrils was a twisted, shaggy-lipped mouth,
Toe-gaping
giving
nostrils?
the impression of a slavering, sadistic grimace. Oh boy, at the foot of the heathen deity, a slender, pale-faced female, naked, but for a golden, jeweled harness enshrouding her huge, outcropping breasts.
Oh my god.
Oh, yep, we gotta
I
describe the
told you,
breasts.
I fucking told you, we should have made
Yep.
our own bingo. I told you this was gonna happen.
It's
Yep,
just Princess Leia's slave outfit.
It is!
But with more titty.
Supporting long silver laces which extended to her thigh, just the one, stood before the pearl-white field with noticeable shivers traveling up and down the length of her exquisitely molded body. Her delicate lips trembled beneath soft, narrow hands as she attempted to conceal herself from the piercing stare of the ambivalent idol. Okay, I'm out, I'm done. Ambivalent? Why is it ambivalent?
It's just like, yeah, whatever.
Yeah, I've seen a naked lady before.
Also, again, worth noting that since this was published in 1970, this predates Slave Leia
It
by
does.
over a decade.
It predates Slave Leia. I think this... Oh, you know what this might not predate, though? So, Wait, no, actually, I think that came out in the 70s, too. Okay, anyone in chat, besides me, has anyone seen the movie Help by the Beatles? Anybody? I showed it to Bun at one point, but this was something that I just grew up watching and didn't realize it was kind of weird until I was an adult. Yeah, the Beatles movie. Yes. Because the opening scene of that movie sounds suspiciously like this.
Well, the opening of...
This all, like... Oh, Bun's getting seconds. That means I made a really good meal.
So far, so good.
Okay.
You're enjoying?
Oh, yes. They did need the salt.
Yeah.
Hi, Tom.
Yeah, no, I didn't really... If you want, we have specialty salt. There's smoked salt, spicy salt.
The opening to Help was... No, Tom, why? I believe the opening of Help is actually a...
Just thump me to death. No, we'd rather not, Tom.
Tom, just enjoy the dickery, okay? Just hang out.
There's so much dickerying going on in here.
We can dicker with the best of them.
Oh. So I think the opening to Help is based on a film called oh shoot.
Never heard of the movie Oh Shoot. What's it about?
Thanks.
It was there.
No, there's like an Indian.
I get to do dad jokes every now and then.
Low-hanging fruit is just as delicious.
There's like an Indian
And
death
sometimes
cult.
kind of fermented. Oh, you mean the Thugee?
No, Temple of Doom was based on that.
That would be the Thugee if it's a Kali-based group.
Well, I'm sure they were inspired, but it was like a film.
Okay, sorry.
I'm gonna find it here real quick. Apologies. Oh, Gunga Din, that's it.
Though I wetted and I flayed you by the living god that made you.
The spelling is just so bad. Sad though, this was on a typewriter. It's so much more difficult to fix that. You just strike it out. I mean, you
You can still
hit the
edit
same
things on
letter.
a typewriter. It is hard.
Overwrite it with the same letter like 10 times.
Just XXX back and forth a couple times.
Tom, I love you though. All right, where were we?
I lost it an ambivalent idol, so you can either...
Yep, towards the bottom there.
Yeah,
Got
so you
it,
can start
okay.
at her delicate lips.
Her delicate lips trembled beneath soft, narrow hands as she attempted to conceal herself from the piercing stare of the ambivalent idol.
What? Why? Why that word? Breathe deeply. I'm legit not trying to sabotage you.
Tom
We
wants to know
haven't
what
passed
was
it
for
up
dinner. Tom wants to know what's for dinner.
I made, Tom, if you want the recipe, I made it's slow-cooked roast beef. Like, you basically just put a chuck roast in the slow cooker for 6 hours on low with some seasoning, and it's delicious.
Glaring directly down towards her was the stony, cycloptic face of the bloated deity. Gaping from its single oblong socket was scintillating. Scintillating?
Yes.
I think scintillating is correct.
That's spelled correctly.
Many fauceted scarlet emerald.
It's an emerald. It's just, honey, it's a chaos emerald that's carved with just like a faucet coming out of it.
Oh my god, I
Scarlet
know exactly
emerald?
what he's talking about. Wait a minute. What's the Dungeons and Dragons book? Was it the
Oh!
Monster Manual?
No, it's the original. It's the original player's handbook.
Okay, Player's Handbook. Hang on a sec.
Hang on.
Not necessarily the. I think
You
it's
don't even
I
have
think
to-
it's the second edition one because 1E.
Well, I want to show it on stream.
I know,
Yeah.
but I was gonna say you could actually just hook up the thing for a second because my uncle's
That's as big as it's gonna get.
Oh, that's terrible.
Still use it.
I was gonna say if you wanted to hook up the webcam for a second, I feel like my uncle massively added to the appeal
Oh,
of
yes.
his copy.
Definitely.
Yeah, I think I was thinking of the AD&D Player's Handbook.
Yeah.
Yeah, that would have been second edition.
Sorry, I'm trying to find a better picture of it.
Quick D2.
He has to go to sleep. Have a good night. Thanks. Oh, you have a wonderful one.
Honey, you could just hook up the webcam real quick.
Yeah, I do have it hooked up. I can do that. All right. Here. Oh no.
Who turned out the lights?
Nope. I don't have the camera hooked up.
Oh, or never mind, everybody.
Yep, nope.
Fuck. I was excited for a second.
Sorry, new
I say
camera.
this
I've been
because-
working on it.
Oh well. Later.
Oh no, now I lost it. Here we go. Alright. This one. This guy, this is what I'm imagining. I'm imagining these big ruby eyes
Yes.
in the idol.
But again, this predates that, which is wild.
I
Of second
wonder-
edition? I don't know.
Second edition would have been 80, 82.
Yeah, that sounds
Gosh,
about
okay.
right.
Because first edition D&D wasn't a thing until 75, 76.
I feel like a lot of this owes a ton to like,
Robert
Huh.
Howard.
yeah, there's that. I was just gonna say, honey, like your collection of pulp.
Oh, definitely.
What's
Definitely.
the fucking the bronze god, the big old man. What's his name?
Oh, Doc Savage,
Thank you.
Man of Bronze. Alright, gaping from its single oblong socket was scintillating, many-fauceted scarlet emerald, a brilliant gem
Wait, what?
seeming to possess
Scarlet
a
emerald, yes,
life
I noticed that.
all of its own.
No.
Yep.
A priceless gleaming stone capable of domineering the wealth of conquering empires. The Eye of Argon. Title drop. Title drop. Bun, please, would like the recipe. I'll have Yeen post the recipe in Discord.
I will do that.
Title drink.
That'll drink everyone. Chug it.
Scarlet Emerald?
Yeah. It's
Notably,
Night
they're
Chaos Emerald.
Emerald. Okay, fun fact: emeralds are part of the barrel family, and you can have pink barrels.
Oh my god, update the bingo. Yeah, what do we
Yep.
what do we got?
Comments, I drink those problems. Surprise asshole. Secret legacy. Surprise hero. If feel like Pale Savior Complex has to go on
It's
at this
getting
point.
there,
It's
but
getting
he's like
They've not described his skin color yet.
no, but he's super Aryan.
Yeah.
Like he's that kind of.
It's an older love triangle. There's no dragons.
And I feel like a couple of these are going to come up as
Yeah,
we
they're coming.
approach the climax.
What about man pain? I feel like I'm gonna be locked in a dark, horrible spot. I have to
They
be
did
out to
ruminate on
run.
that for
Yeah.
a while.
Not yet.
Not yet. Okay.
I don't want to skip ahead, but I do know
There
that
will be
there
man
is-
pain.
Mhm.
something involving man pain. I don't know the details, but I do know that it exists.
All right,
And
well,
so we just have to hold off on it.
yeah,
because,
we don't
you know,
want to count their cards.
Right,
before
right,
the
right.
course.
I'm waiting for Secret Legacy wealth powers, like when he finds out that he's actually like a prince or something.
I just realized that this bingo is DX Machina spelled wrong.
Oh.
Oh, it's Do Ex Machina.
Deux Ex
So
Machina.
so maybe
Two
there's
in
just
the
two in the machine.
Two machines.
2 in the machine.
Well, when there's two people in the machine, then we get to cross that one off. Okay.
Mhm.
I have drunk. So it's AK's turn.
Very good.
All knowledge of measuring time had escaped Grignr.
When a person is deprived of the sun, moon, and stars, he loses all conception of time as he had previously understood it.
Man, this is like in Tank Girl when Lori Petty got. Are you giggling already?
No.
When Lori Petty got put in the mines.
It seemed as if years had passed if time were being measured by terms of misery and mental anguish, yet he had estimated that his stay had only been a few days in length. He has slept 3 times and had been fed 5 times since his awakening in the crypt. However, when the actions of the body are restricted, its needs are also affected.
Affected? Affected.
Affected.
Sure.
The need for nourishment and slumber are directly
Nourishment.
proportional to the functions the body has performed, meaning that when free and active, Grignr may become hungry every 6 hours and witness the desire for sleep every 15 hours, whereas in his present condition he may encounter the need for food every 10 hours and the want for rest every 20 hours. Good God.
The
I feel like this
fuck?
is the care and keeping of your Grignr. Like-
Yeah, or like the rules for long distance travel in the player's handbook.
Like, we encountered this in when we read Jeff the Killer too, where
Yeah.
it's this very specific.
The fixation on specific digits, this is something... The first person who I ever saw, like, nail it to a wall, or, like, nail the concept of this, and the fact that this is very common in bad writing, was Frederick Knudsen, where he was talking about, if you watch his live stream and really long stream of Empress Teresa, he brings up a bunch of this stuff, and it's very apt, and I cannot explain why this is so common. But it really, really is. You see it in a lot of shitty creepypasta. We've seen it. It's here. It's also, back when I was in college, I was part of a science fiction and fantasy club. It was just me and some buddies, and we'd pass stuff around. And, like, they were trying, but some people were still pretty bad, and they also had this, and I don't know why.
Brainbuster, you only need to refrigerate your Grignr after opening. Yeah, if you keep them sealed, they should be fine in the pantry.
And if you freeze it, it'll last 6 months or more. Anyway, so after accounting for some bookkeeping, all methods he had before depended upon were extinct in the dismal pit.
Get some
Hence,
sleep, dear
he may
Bats.
have been imprisoned for 10 minutes or 10 years. He did not know, resulting
pit
in
of
a
eternal
disheartened
dismalness.
emotion deep within his being. I feel like he'd know if he'd been in prison 10 years, because he probably would have been fed more than 5 times.
Enjoy your dinner, Tom.
But anyway, the food, if you can honor the moldering lumps of fetid mush to that extent, was borne to him by 2 guards who opened a portal at the top of his enclosure and shoved it to him in wooden bowls, retrieving the food and water bowels from his previous meal at the same time. Ugh.
Oh, gotcha.
After which they threw back the bolts on the iron latch and returned to their other duties. Since deprived
You
of...
said duties.
I know what you're trying to do.
You said duty.
Since
It's your duty, to shake
That
that
booty.
What you waiting for? It is what Grignr desires.
they're just trying to get me to laugh here.
We're really close, too.
Since deprived of all other means of nourishment, Grignr was impelled to eat the tainted slop in order to ward off the pangs of starvation. Though as he stuffed it into his
Pangus.
mouth with his filthy fingers and struggled to force it down his throat, he imagined it was that which had been spurned by the hounds stationed at various segments of the palace. Ye gods.
What?
Feeding him dog food.
Yeah,
It's a kink,
that-
everybody.
This is a little much for pet play.
AK is having a time.
There was
Just
little...
imagine Grignr in a puppy hood.
Ooh woo.
Ooh woo.
Notices your fetid slop.
Notices your heaping bulge.
all right.
Alright.
You got me.
Finally.
I was under sustained assault there, though. I will
Yes,
have it
as
said.
if the pounding wasn't.
Oh, guilty.
Oh.
There was little in the barren vault that could occupy his body or mind. I like that this assumes he has one. Either, actually. He had paced out the length and width of the enclosure time and again and tested every granite slab which consisted the walls of the prison in hopes of finding a hidden passage to freedom. My God, is this a D&D campaign? Like, what's the first thing you do when you get thrown in a vault? You know, you start trying
Look
to...
for secret doors.
Oh
Yep.
god, just give him a dick ring already.
All of which was to no avail other than to keep him busy and distract his mind from wandering to thoughts of what he believed was his future. He had memorized the number of strides from one end to the other of the cell, and knew the exact number of slabs which made up the bleak dungeon. Numoros...
The whole dungeon?
Yeah, the bleak dungeon. Just the whole thing. Shush.
The exact number of slabs was made up the whole dungeon?
I need us to focus on the next word in capital. Numoros. Schemes. We're
This-
introduced...
This was written by a new moron. Go on. Do continue, please. Alright.
No use.
My turn then. Mm.
Oh no!
I'll be a good widow doggy, ooh boo. Can I have my dicko tweets now?
Oh, we're all going to hell.
I'll be a good whittle doggy, ooh. Can I have my dicker tweets now?
Can I have my dickering now? And don't
Oh.
forget to stuff me. We need more girls. I need to do my Princess Daphne voice.
I think you mean we need more wenches. Or females. Because they haven't been described as anything but... No.
I don't
No.
think, I genuinely don't.
They're all wenches, or females, or prostitutes.
Whores, I think, has been used a couple times as well.
And slut's been used, but that's indiscriminately.
Yeah, that at least is gender neutral.
Also, AK, if you want more, please.
Oh yes, I'll get there.
Numerous schemes were introduced and alternately discarded in turn as they succored to unravel him no means of escape which stood the slightest chance of success. Wow, that was a tough one.
You laughed.
Suckered to unravel. Oh. Control F woman?
You
Oh
did it.
boy.
Yeah, let's just see.
Oh, it's gonna move me though.
Yeah,
Yeah.
we might.
Well, let's find out. Woman.
Phrase
No,
not found.
Phrase not found.
Oh my god.
Yep, woman is literally not used in this entire thing.
Yeah. Now where are we?
Oh, we're back before the
Mhm.
first drawing. There's the second
I
one.
think we're on chapter 4. Here we
Yeah,
go.
down a little further. Slightest. No means of escape.
Suckered to unravel him. No
Suckered
means...
to unravel him. God, I need to be unraveled after a good sucker.
Give him the suck.
Death by Snoo Snoo?
Sucker. The sucker is the torture device that they're using, right?
One
No,
would
that would
think
be to
so.
suck him.
What is your choice of mixer for the night?
Mm-hmm. What do you mean may appreciate my choice of mixer? Ooh. Is it bleach? Because I'm about there.
Fago and vodka. Fuck yeah.
It's a thing of bleach.
As a Detroit native, I'm well familiar with that combination.
Oh no, don't invite juggalos into the chat.
Why not?
I mean, that's true. Juggalos are actually way more wholesome than you might think.
It's true.
Oh boy.
Alright, where the fuck are we?
Anguish.
Oh, Anguish. Alright. Anguish continued to mount as his means of occupation were rapidly exhausted.
Wait a minute. Who's Anguish? We got like a new character in here, and he's suddenly mounting Grignr.
Mm-hmm.
This is like
This
out of
is heading in
nowhere.
a different direction than we expected.
It's
very
gay porn,
literal.
everybody. It's just gay porn.
Mm-hmm. When in doubt.
Get your dick out.
Mm-hmm.
Until he's occupied, and then rapidly exhausted.
Mm-hmm. That sounds about right. Yeah,
Go
it all
on.
checks out.
Mhm.
Suddenly, without no tive, he
Wait.
was routed
What?
from his contemplations as he detected a faint scratching sound at the end of the crypt opposite him.
Is it going to be an animal friend or a wench?
My guess
Okay,
is...
no lost dose.
I'm gonna say animal friend. That's my guess.
Mm-hmm.
Animal friend, alright. He detected a faint scratching sound at the end of the crypt opposite him. The sound seemed to be caused by something trying to scrape away at the granite blocks of the floor of the enclosure consisted of.
Grantite?
The granite blocks the floor of the enclosure consisted of. The sandy scratching of something like an animal's claws. Grignr gradually groped.
Yeah, fuck you.
Alright, the alliteration got me.
Can it be both?
I already said that. I made
Oh.
that joke, damn it.
Both an animal and a wench?
Yes.
Got it.
What if it's a dragon wench?
Ooh, then we get to mark off 3 things.
Right?
on
I
our
was gonna
big
say, we
guy.
got dragons. Love interests. The
Oh,
continent.
man. Oh, kiss dragons, everybody. It's a good time.
Grignr gradually groped his way to the other end of the vault, carefully feeling his way along with his hands ahead of him. When a few inches from the wall, a loud penetrating squeal and the scampering of small padded feet reverberated from the walls of the roughly hewn chamber.
That's my loud penetrating squeal. You got it.
Grignr threw his hands up to shield his face and flung himself backwards upon his buttocks. A fuzzy form bounded to his hairy chest. By God, we have an animal! I hope. Burying its talons in his flesh while gnashing towards his throat with its grinding white teeth. Teeth that sour.
Why is there a
Teeth.
semicolon?
Its sour, fetid breath scorching. Minus the U erming. Barbarian's dilating nostrils.
Skirming?
Skirming?
Rodents of unusual size?
I don't believe
I don't
they
think they
exist.
exist.
Oh, Tiabets. I love that Final Fantasy XIV has 2 competing religions. Like they had a schism in the church where half of the people were like, "Oh my God, Shiva had sex with a dragon. How awful is that?" And the other half was like, "Fuck yeah,
Fuck
Shiva
yeah.
had sex with a dragon.
Awesome.
It's amazing."
Okay, guys, it's about to get even better.
All
or
right.
worse in here.
Is it Fizzgig?
Grignr grappled with the lashing flexor muscles of the repugnant body of a garganuan. Garganuan. Brown-hided rat, striving to hold its
It's an
razor
ROUS.
teeth from his juicy jugular as its beady gray organs of sight blazed into the flaring emeralds of its prey.
Notices your juicy juggler. Oh, what's this?
Taking
Nuzzle
hold-
wuzzles your organs of sight. What? They can't be eyes?
Apparently not.
Organs
Taking
of
hold
sight.
of the rodent around its lean, growling stomach with both hands, Grignr pried it from his crimson rent breast, removing small patches of flayed flesh from his chest in the motion between the squalid black claws of the starving beast. Holding the rodent at arm's length, he cupped his right hand over its frothing face, contracting his fingers into a vice-like fist over the quivering head. Retaining his grips on the rat, Grigner, under lowercase, flexed his outstretched arms while slowly twisting his right hand clockwise, left hand counterclockwise motion. Yeah, no, there's no innate counter. There's no
that's
in.
all
I thought
right.
I might have mistaken that. No. And left hand counterclockwise motion. The rodent let out a tortured squall, drawing scarlet as it violently dug its foam-flecked fangs into the barbarian's sweating palm, causing his face to contort to an ugly grimace as he cursed beneath his breath.
Breath?
What?
I like how he's letting out a tortured squall. Like,
No, it's the rodent squalling.
yeah.
Yeah.
It's just like,
Just a little storm cloud is coming out into the room.
oh, I was just imagining the protagonist from Final Fantasy VIII just
Oh
like
no!
being let free.
With a loud crack, the rodent's head parted from its squirming torso, sending out a sprinkling
You
shower
usually become
of
gargantuan when you
crimson
become
gore,
Perganon.
and trailing a slimy string of disjointed vertebrae. Oh my god, Grigner is just the predator.
Yeah.
Katie
yeah.
says, you usually become gargantuan when you become Perganon.
Oh my god. And trailing a slimy string of disjointed vertebrae, snapped trachea, esophagus, and jugular, disjointed hyoid bone, morose purple stretched hide, and blood-seared What the fuck?!
Get some Gorn.
It's so much.
Is it telling
It's
that
so
this
much.
Grigner decapitating, well, actually pulling the head off of this rat has been more luridly described than when he was having sex?
Yeah.
I feel like, can we read into that? I feel like we can read
I
into
could read
that.
a lot into that.
Can you get
Like,
pregante?
with the prostitute, is just like, oh yeah, she's got floppy nipples,
Nipples!
and he's smashing her nipples into his chest for some reason, and like, that's all you got. Whereas this, it's like, let's describe each individual part of this rat that he is separating.
Flinging the broken body to the floor, Grigner shook his blood-streaked hands and wiped them against his thigh until dry, then wiped the blood that had showered his face and from his eyes. Again sitting himself upon the jagged floor, he prepared to once more revamp his glum meditations.
Can we discuss something from chat real quick? Is
Sure.
this reads like a WikiHow article.
Yes.
It's like wipe your hands until dry.
Yes.
Move one of
WikiHow
your
to
hands
decapitate
in
rat.
a clockwise motion.
Yes, indeed.
Question? Yes, Kate.
Answer.
Do continue.
Fucking Sub-Zero
Do continue.
fatality. Correct.
Flinging the broken body to the floor, Grigner shook his blood-streaked hands and wiped them against his thigh until dry, then wiped the blood that had showered his face and from his eyes. Again, sitting himself upon the jagged floor, he prepared to once more revamp his glum meditations. He told himself that as long as he still breathed the gust of life through his lungs, hope was not lost. He told himself this, but found it hard to comprehend in his gloomy surroundings. Yet he was still alive, his bulging sinews at their peak of marvel, his
Ooh.
struggling mind floating in a morale of impressed excellence of thought.
Notices
Citation
your bulging
fucking
sinews.
needed. Plot after plot sifted through his mind in energetic contemplations.
Oh, it's all good, Canuta. Have a good lurk. Enjoy your D&D. I hope nobody gets attacked by a giant rat.
Hell yeah.
Then it hit him. Minutes may have passed in silent thought or days, he could not tell, but he stumbled at last upon a plan that he considered as holding a slight margin of plausibility. He might
He
die
came
in
up
the
with a
attempt.
plan.
Yeah,
Did
he
you say he
up
came up with a
with
plan?
He might die in the
Grigner
attempt,
had an idea.
but he
An
knew
awful
he would.
idea.
Oh my god.
Grigner had a wonderful, awful idea. And his face just does the
Of course, yes.
big Grinch.
He might die in the attempt, but he knew he would not submit without a final bloody struggle. It was not a foolproof plan, yet it built up a store of renewed vortexed energy.
Hang on.
in his
Time redeem, drink me. Cheers! Cheers.
Cheers.
Cheers. Oh, clinky. Alright, go on.
Okay.
Sorry to interrupt.
Nope, it's okay. It was not a foolproof plan, yet it built up a store of renewed vortexed energy in his overwrought soul.
Over us all.
Though he might perish in the execution of the escape, he would still be escaping the life of infinite torture in store for him. Either way, he would still cheat the gloating prince of the succored revenge his sadistic mind craved so dearly.
Ah, Pyro Kitsune wants cheers. Cheers.
Cheers.
Kanpai.
Skill.
Kanpai.
Kanpai.
And one for Snowy.
Lachaim.
Skill.
Salud. Oh god.
You're not even drinking anything alcoholic. You don't get to complain.
Correct.
Nope.
Oh.
Blackjack.
Flapjack.
Cheers.
Friends are you
Hey,
and friends are me. The best of friends will always be, but just in case we disagree, fuck you, here's to me.
I need to reload in case anyone else does so.
Oh boy.
Yeah, you're welcome to use, like, whatever. I can't think of-
intend to.
What is a suckered revenge?
I don't know. You might try the mezcal might be interesting with that.
Ooh, you're right. That might fuck me up really hard, though.
I mean, true.
Hmm.
You don't have to use a lot of it.
Alright, while they're getting alcohol, I need to, like...
Apply
Either
your
way,
English major brain.
He would still cheat the gloating prince of the suckered revenge his sadistic
Oh my
mind
God, I hated doing
craved so dearly. Okay. He here is Grigner, right?
that. Mm-hmm.
And he would cheat the gloating prince of the suckered revenge. His? So who's this his? Is this... he's cheating the prince of revenge? But why would the prince need revenge? The prince won. Like, he's already good? That's super helpful to enjoy this insanity. Don't think about it. Usually I need 3 cups of coffee to get vortexed energy.
Gratuitous amounts of energy.
Babies! You'll have so many babies! 400 babies!
Power thirst. It's like riding a pony, which doesn't sound very extreme, but the pony is 400 feet tall and covered in chainsaws.
Your baby will run as fast as accordions!
Oh no!
Win at so many things, like yelling. Win at yelling.
Run as fast as Kenyans against actual Kenyans, then it'll be a tie and they'll be deported back to Kenya. With the lions and tigers and the zebras. Okay.
We are Norway in Kenya.
So yeah, you're welcome. There's whiskey.
Hugs for Tom.
Basically, just don't bring my expensive tequila or my expensive scotch.
That's fine. I don't think scotch would really go with this.
Yeah, no, I don't think so. Like bourbon maybe, but not scotch.
Yeah, we're getting more suckards. We're getting suckered harder.
I wish I was.
Maybe later.
Who couldn't use a good sucker now and then?
The guards would soon come to bear him off to the prince's buried mines of dread, giving him the sought-after opportunity to execute his newly formulated
You said
plan.
execute?
Execute. I did not.
You said execute!
This would give him.
Someone clip it.
Fuck you, Yeen, I was right!
I heard execute.
Did anyone hear execute?
I wasn't listening because I was pouring out some alcohol.
Hey, chat, what did I say? Let me know. I'm so close to the end of a chapter, I just want to get there on my own fucking, like...
I heard execute. I heard execute. Execute.
Okay.
Execute.
Okay, I
Okay, we
surrender.
have at least three execates there.
Alright. Thank you, jury. Arcrat heard Kakarot.
Carrot cake.
Carrot cake.
Also, salad absolutely cancels out a bacon cheeseburger. That is, in fact, how it works.
Oh yeah, it like removes the...
Mhm. Anytime you eat a salad, your stomach forgets about everything bad you've eaten in the last 24 hours.
That's how it works.
God, I
yeah.
wish that was how that worked.
The guards would soon come to bear him off to the prince's buried mines of dread. I hate that it's bear him to the bear-eed mines.
Also,
Like, that doesn't flow well.
Given what kind of mines are not buried? Like,
Yeah,
mines
and
are
this is the
almost
second
by
time.
definition underground.
If it's
This
not
is-
buried, it's a quarry.
This is definitely the
then
second
it's
time
just a
they've
quarry.
called them
Yes, that's
buried.
the point.
Yeah,
I'm agreeing with you.
Yes.
that would suck. Giving him the sought-after opportunity to execute his newly formulated plan. Groping his way along the rough floor, Grigner finally found his tool in a pool of congealed gore. Grigner, if you're groping your tool, I don't even know about it.
Oh god, now I'm picturing him fucking the rat corpse.
No!
I mean, he was very lusty, they said.
What is the tool that he's...
I'm
finding
guessing he's
here?
pulling a bone out of the carcass that
And he's
gonna
gonna use?
stab them to
Okay.
death
Yeah,
with
he's
or
making
something.
a
shiv.
Yeah.
Sure.
This is a fancy way of saying he's a make a shiv.
Grigner
He's
does
going
do a
to
lot
make
of
it
groping.
bad.
Well, I mean, they did describe him as a tits guy earlier on.
The carcass of the decapitated rodent, the tool that the very filth he had been sentenced to spawned. What?
By Todd McFarlane.
What? Wait. What? Why is there a semicolon? Why is... What?
Just get through it.
I can't... Oh, God. When the time came for action, he would have to be prepared. So he set himself to rending the sticky hulk in grim silence, searching by the torch. Fuck. Touch of his fingertips for the lever to freedom. Ah!
That was the end of the chapter.
Okay.
That's you, AK.
AK's turn.
Hey, this bit.
Normally this woman
Welcome.
ever speaks, I'll take
Oh,
that
yes,
over.
I will.
Oh, yeah.
Up to the altar and be done with it, wench.
Ordered a fidgeting shaman, as he gave the female a grim stare accompanied by the wrinkling of his lips
Fidgeting?
to a mirthful grin of delight.
I like the idea that he's fidgeting, like, come on, we gotta get this done, we can't be here all day.
Come on. We only have the room until 5:30.
And the next cult has to get in, we've gotta make this snappy.
The girl
You know the
burst
version
into a
POC drawings?
slow,
Oh, I do.
steady whimper.
I've got it on standby. I don't think we missed any illustrations.
I don't think so. They've all shown up so far.
Oh, we missed one of the rat.
Oh.
I'm sorry. I love it. Look at him.
He's adorable. Quite the eyebrows, though. It's like,
He has some excellent eyebrows.
it's like if Groucho Marx was reincarnated as a rodent.
What a cute
It
ratty.
says.
What are these shapes?
Jowls? But
Because
rats
these are
don't have-
ears, I think.
But rats' ears don't flop like that.
Do you want a plushie of the rat? Of this rat? Fuck no. It would just stare into my soul. Oh god. Okay.
No, not yet. Not yet.
Not yet. Alright. Yeah, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to interrupt you.
The girl burst into a slow, steady whimper, stooping shakily to her knees and cringing woefully from the priest with both arms wound snake-like around the bulging jade shin rising before her scantily attired figure. Her face was redly inflamed from the salty flow of tears spouting from her glassy, dilated eyeballs. I believe that's the first time we've had eyes actually referred to as eyes. And not like
they weren't referred to as eyes. They were
organs
referred
of
to as
looking.
eyeballs. Which is so much
Fair.
weirder.
Yes. With short, heavy footfalls.
Foot fouls.
The priest
You ruined it! You did it!
Fouls.
Oh, good catch. Alright.
With short, heavy foot fouls, the priest approached the female. His piercing stare never wavering from her quivering, young countenance. Halting before the terrified girl, he projected his arm... I know, right? We actually have a word that's not that, but it's still not woman.
It's still weird.
He projected his arm outward and motioned her to arise with an upward movement of his hand. The undercase girl's whimpering increased slightly and she sunk closer to the floor rather than arising. The flickering torches outlined her trim build with a weird ornate glow as it cast a ghostly shadow dancing in horrid waves of splendor over smoothly worn whiteness of the marble-hewn altar. Altar here spelled with an A for once.
Oh god, no. Please no, Kitty. Please no. The cringe is going to hit peak levels. Oh no.
The shaman's lips curled back farther, exposing a set of black and decaying molars. Wow, his smile goes a ways back. Which transformed his slovenly grin into a wide, greasy arc of sadistic mirth and alternately interposed into the female a strong sensation of stomach-curdling nausea.
Alternately?
Have it as you will, female.
Female.
Gloated the priest.
Have it as you will.
Gloated the enhanced
female.
Have it as you will, He-Man.
Gloated the enhanced priest as he bent
Enhanced?
over at the waist, projecting his ape-like arms forward. Ooh, that's racist. And clasped
boy.
the female's slender arms with his hairy, round fists. Ooh, trigger warning, everybody.
Oh, this is really racist.
With an inward surge of his biceps, he harshly jerked the trembling girl to her feet and smothered her salty, wet cheeks with the moldy touch of his decrepit, dull red lips. Yeah, extra racist.
Moldy?
Moldy. If you have skin mold, please see a doctor.
Why
They've got
moldy?
creams for that.
Also, which direction do you imagine him bending over at the waist?
I'm just imagining him doing limbo now.
I'm just imagining like the hip thrust, like
And it's the pelvic thrust.
Oh man,
It really drives you decrepit.
Is it Murdoch in the Gorillas? When in the video where he's doing the pelvic thrust? That's the best.
Yeah, I know what
This is
you're
so
talking
good.
about.
Ugh.
The vile stench of the shaman's hot shaman uppercase, for some reason, hot fetid breath overcame the nauseated female with a deep soul-searing sickness, causing her to wrench her head backwards and regurgitate a slimy orange-white stream of swelling gore over the richly woven purple road of the enthusiastic line. There's
That's
a puke!
That's a bingo.
That's a
That's
bingo!
bingo.
There's a
No!
bingo! It's a
Why?
bingo!
Yep.
Hi, Tolvo. I'm so sorry.
Hi,
Okay.
Dolvo. We're very
Someone
sorry.
vomit!
We're
Someone vomits.
So
Yep.
sorry. Okay.
Um,
we didn't get a
anything
mystical
else?
animal companion. I'm so
we
sad.
could have had one. I was so disappointed.
Oh, we were so close.
There's still a couple of these I think we're gonna see here. I expect we will see a bingo before the night is done.
Oh,
Your pants.
hi, Tolvo. I'm so sorry you're here. Okay. We're getting pretty close.
We are actually. In a number of directions, we're only like 2 off from a bingo.
Does that capitalized shaman count for nouns for names?
No.
No.
No?
that's-
No.
We'll,
No, it has
again,
to be
we'll.
like River Song or something equally stupid.
Oh, gotcha.
Mhm,
Hi, Rob Husky. How are you? Timing is impeccable.
So you got that. So the priest's lips trembled with a malicious rage as he removed his callous paws from the girl's arms and replaced them with tightly around her undulating neck, shaking her violently to and fro.
Replaced them with?
Yes.
That's complicated.
The girl gasped a tortured groan from her clamped lungs, her sea blue eyes, oh my god, we got eyes, bulging forth
More bulging?
from damp sockets.
There's so
Cocking
much bulging!
Her right foot backwards, she leashed it desperately outwards with the strength of a demon possessed, lodging her sandaled foot squarely between the shaman's testicles. Wow, that is some aim when it comes to a crotch shot.
Guess so.
The startled priest released his crushing grip, crimping his body over at the waist, overlooking his recessed belly, wide open in a deep chasm. Chasm?
Chasm?
What? Spasm? I don't know what they were going for there. His
Chasm?
face flushed to a rose-red shade of crimson, eyelids fluttering wide with eyeballs protruding blindly outwards from their sockets to their outmost perimeters, while his lips quivered wildly about allowing an agonized wallow to gust forth as his breath billowed from burning lungs.
Oh,
His
what?
hands reached out, clutching his urinary gland.
I don't
Don't
think
do that.
that's...
If you can do that, go see
no.
a doctor.
And the kick is good! Split the upright!
Okay.
There's the
I'm
laugh.
out. I'm
There's
out.
the laugh. Drink.
Oh.
I'm on it. I'm on it.
Oh god, Casey and Lottie are hosts. Oh god, what?
Yes, good.
I know Lottie rated, but
just
like,
have
oh no.
Spread the info hazard.
Pee is stored in the
Where's
balls.
the testicles?
Containment breach.
Does he mean kidney? Oh
Uranus
god.
doesn't come out of a gland.
Oh,
Where-
he is stored in so much more than the ball.
Okay, we were at his hands. Okay.
I want somebody to create a metal band called Urinary Gland, which is like their first
Whew.
album track is called. What did you just say?
He is stored in more than the balls.
Yeah, and it's like a 20-minute long metal track.
Oh, yes.
His-
It's a concept album.
Yes, very.
His hands reached out, clutching his urinary gland. Like, I'm imagining them, like, extended fully. As his knees wobbled rapidly about for a few seconds, then buckled, causing the ruptured shaman to collapse in an egg-huddled mass to the granite pavement, rolling helplessly about in his agony. The pathetic...
Question. Hang on a minute.
Yes.
Before we continue. This always makes me a little bit crazy whenever there's like supposed to be some ritual sacrifice thing.
Hmm.
If your sacrifices are unwilling,
Love you, Tolvo.
You don't
Thank you
have,
for stopping
like-
by.
restraints or a team to help out,
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. Or like a rope.
yeah,
It's not hard to restrain people.
no, like,
Marble, granite. How
Especially
many
if
materials
there's
is
a
this
non-zero
chamber
chance
made
of
of?
them wailing you in the nuts and then running
exactly.
off.
Like, the Aztecs had this down to a science, and all you basically you just need 5 dudes. One dude grabs each limb.
I'd definitely say we had Man Bane, yeah.
Dude number 5. like,
Look, these shamans aren't unionized, okay?
It's true. It's true.
Also, I will bet you, I'm gonna put a bet here. Every other sacrifice, in whatever sense she is about to be sacrificed, has gone, like, forward willingly and been totally okay and, like,
And she's the
Just
first to be
edge-
like,
yeah.
wait, this
this
is
is
bullshit.
fucked up. Yeah, no, she's definitely the first.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
And this just occurs to her. It does. There's no, like, nothing inspires her to be surprised by this, or there's no, like, moment that changes her mind about it. No, she just generates it.
Arkrat has a good question. Does this count as Deus Ex Machina because there's 2 balls in the machine?
I like that. I like that.
I was gonna say the Ex Machina could be the rat, too.
Yeah, there's
Because-
Oh, God.
Yeah.
Grignr doesn't know how
right.
long he's in prison.
Yeah.
He doesn't have a good idea of how to get out. And then a rat comes along. He pulls its head off and is like, wait, I can use this to get out. It's like, that's a mighty fucking convenient rat.
Only if it does result in his escape.
Okay.
It will. Come
It
on.
probably will.
Probably,
Come
but it
on.
made it. Yeah.
I also googled urinary gland and I'm mostly getting things about the prostate.
If he grabbed his prostate, I'm sort of impressed.
He's just clutching
That's,
his
like,
prostate
possible,
with
but
his
you
arms
probably
I
should.
imagine
extended,
what he
yeah.
just did was, like, reach back and just, like, whipped himself like a bowling ball.
Yeah, just sort of do one of these.
Or he could go, like, the other way and then he just rolls away.
Not laughing, not laughing, not laughing. Okay.
The whole fist right up there.
Way
The pathetic screeches of the shaman groveling in dejected misery upon the
Also, weren't there more than one
hand-hewn...
shaman?
They were shaman. They
Yeah.
did say they were shaman. Are the others just watching? Maybe they just hate that guy.
Groveling in
Yeah, I'm just
dejected
imagining
misery.
They're all smoke break.
Hmm.
They're all unionized. We said
Oh,
that.
yeah, yeah.
Upon the hand-hewn granite-laid pavement, worn smooth by countless hours of arduous sweat and toil. A welter of ichor oozing through
Oh,
his clenched
ichor.
hands attracted the perturbed attention of his comrades from their fetid ululations?
Hang on, where is it? I bet you it's...
Oh no, they are not spelling it correctly.
Ulations?
It's supposed to you.
It's supposed to be ululations.
It's actually, it is...
Ulations?
I'm trying to go more for Xena and not for anything potentially racist.
I'm Lebanese, I get to do that.
That's true. I am not.
The actions of this rebellious wench bespoke. Fuck.
What? We lost him.
You tried.
This?
Mm-hmm.
This? Come on. Fuck. Alright.
The actions of this rebellious wench bespoke the credence of an unheard of sacrilege. Never before in a lost maze of untold eons had a chosen one dared to demonstrate such blasphemy in the face of the cult's idolic deity.
Chosen one.
That seems unlikely, but
I'm
okay.
coming.
Chosen
one.
Don't we have a chosen one on the
I'm
on the
coming.
bingo?
Let's check.
Chosen one.
Surprise asshole, surprise hero.
It would be like Surprise Hero, but I don't
Yeah,
know.
I don't think we have enough to know if this girl is going
Okay.
to turn out to be actually heroic or if she just got lucky there.
She could be a surprise hero.
It's possible.
It
I
could
would
be
like her
That
to
would
be
be-
a surprise hero.
That would
That'd
be
be great.
weirdly progressive for this.
Somehow
for
I got it.
this.
The girl cowered in unreasoning terror, helpless in the face of the emblazoned acolytes' rage. Her orchid-tussled face smothered betwixt her bulging bosom as she shut her curled lashes tightly, hoping to open them and find herself awakening from a morbid nightmare. Yet the hand of destiny decreed her no such mercy. The antagonized pack of leering shaman, converging tensely upon her prostrate form, were entangled all too lividly in the grim web of reality.
Converging tensely upon her prostate form. It doesn't
No,
say
I
that,
pronounced
just says
that correctly.
prostrate. Yeah.
You are trying to mess
We
with
were
you are
just
trying
talking
to
about
trip me
prostates
up
earlier.
there.
I was joking.
Yes. Shuddering
Um,
from the clammy touch of the
Hand
shaman.
of Destiny should be the alternate title for this.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, that would fit. Shuddering from the clammy touch of the shaman as they grappled with her supple form, hands wrenching at her slender arms and legs in all directions.
In all directions?
Her bare body being molested, oh dear, in the midst of a labyrinth of orange smudges, purpled satin, and mangled skulls, shadowed in an eerie crimson glow. Her
Okay.
confused head reeled, then clouded in a mist of enshrouding ebony. God damn it. Can I finish out the chapter? It's one
Yes.
sec- okay.
Go for it.
Mist of enshrouding ebony as she lapsed beneath the protective sheet of unconsciousness to a land peach and resign. What the fuck does that mean?
I do have to say, while this is all very dumb, in the midst of a labyrinth of orange smudges, purple satin, and mangled skulls is actually a pretty good piece of writing.
That's one of the better
That's a
pieces
good
of writing.
description, and it's pretty fun.
I
That
could
feels
see.
like
I could do with less of her bare body being
I
molested.
feel like
okay.
that would be like a good
We don't
Terry
need that.
Pratchett
Could
thing.
you add find out next time?
Find out next time on Dragon Ball Z.
Kakarot!
Will Grigner escape? Find out next time on the next episode. Grigner escapes.
Will Goku be able to deal with Frieza's final form? Or is Namek truly and finally doomed?
We don't fucking know.
This looks like the chapters have been jumbled. Wait,
Have they?
let me see. Utilizing silence and style, untamed climate challenge.
I think that's ahead of where we are.
Yeah, that is ahead of where we are.
Yeah, because
Alright,
that's
chapter
chapter
6.
6. We're just starting chapter 6. now.
Shuddering from the clammy touch of the shaman. Yeah, okay. So that's correct. So
Also, Yin, you are next up.
I
on the
know I am.
list.
Hang
touch
on,
of
I'm
the
rearranging
fingertips
my
for the
Audible
lever to
library.
freedom. This looks fine. At least according to the PDF I've got, this is correct. I just put on like fantasy ambiance 3 hours on YouTube, so
We're
whatever
almost
music
done
is
with it.
happening is
actually.
happening. So
Oh god, here we go again.
but watch out, they're a bulging bosom.
Find out next time on Kick to the Balls We.
And we.
That would give me some ennui.
This is giving me some ennui.
If your butt has ennui, is it ennui?
Yes. You haven't started reading yet. It's okay. Doesn't count. All right.
Give me a minute.
Get it out of your system.
Fuck, shut up.
Yep.
This is horrible. Stop.
I'm not doing anything.
I know you're not.
Bun, however, is being nefarious.
Mom, he's looking at me.
Pretty much.
I'm not touching you.
God, I hate that.
I'm not touching you.
Take hold of this rope, said the first soldier, and climb out from your pit, slut. Your presence is requested in another far deeper hellhole. We need to put you in another hole, slut.
They're relocating that slut's holes.
You son of a bitch! AK, you piece. Oh my god, you jackass.
Guilty.
You and your humor.
To the hole.
To the window!
To the
the
wow.
wall.
To the wow.
To the rats all down my balls!
Oh, you females.
Oh, you females, crawl. To the foot
Oh,
that splits my balls.
dicker. Oh, God.
Oh my god, it's prom again.
Oh. The slut's presence was requested? By whom? Who requested this? Oh, this is Pyro's fault. Pyro Kitsune told us to read this, so that's what we're doing.
Oh, yes.
Well, told me to read this. I'm just subjecting everyone else to it, so...
You're outsourcing is what you're doing.
Oh,
and I'm not even
God,
getting paid for this, so
yeah.
this is volunteer work.
This is...
Or is it slavery?
What does Rocky think
Well,
of
no,
all
because
this?
I am actually being compensated with food.
Do you actually want to know what Rocky thinks about this? Hang on a sec. I'm gonna...
Would you like me to bring him over here?
No. Leave him exactly there. That's perfect.
He is, in fact, perfect where he is.
Yep. Oh, wait. Maybe if I do it this way?
Hey, who turned out the lights?
Oh, goodness.
That joke will never get old.
Can I not camera? Can I not camera?
Nothing? Nothing? No camera, ha ha?
Oh, okay. There it is. Alright. We got one.
No, sorry.
Oh, God.
Is it time for Rocky's
Oh, yeah.
perspective here?
I'm just gonna, like...
Do you want me to...
No, I think. So here's what Rocky thinks. We're all just sitting here reading, and he's like,
I'm gonna touch the butt.
"No talk me, I'm angry." Flop.
He is the lord of all fluff.
No talk me in angy.
I'm angry.
He's so angry.
How dare?
He also seems to really enjoy my shoes. Haven't
The
figured
cat
that
has a
one out
foot
yet.
fetish.
Oh, hey, Alonzo. How are you today?
You were better before you got here, I can guarantee it.
All right. Take hold of this rope, said the first soldier, and climb out from your pit, slut. Your presence
Daddy.
is requested in another far deeper hellhole. Grigner slipped his right hand to his thigh. I imagine it's the soldier's thigh. Concealing a small opaque object beneath the folds of the G-string wrapped around his waist. That was not a laugh?
But it was wrapped about his waist.
Fuck. Grigner wearing a G-string. The G stands for Grigner.
It's the G-string of imprisonment. It's the standard slave garb where it's just like,
I'm just
yeah.
picturing. Okay, now with that description, I'm just picturing like he's always
I was fine
posing.
when this happened. Oh god.
Oh my god, what if Grignar's just a JoJo character?
You can't prove that he's not.
Like he's always flexing and always like.
Oh, good night, Connie. I love you. Oh, good night.
Good night, Con.
Love you, Connie. Have a good night.
Oh goodness.
How many drinks have we had so far? I think I'm on number 3.
Don't look at me. I'm not keeping count.
I've gone through like 2 cans. 2 cans.
Like Dan.
You like these cans?
Brine wells swelled in Grignar's cold, jade squinting eyes. I think they have run out of...
Cheers.
Cheers!
Fuck, there's like 2. Also,
Oh, 2
I
of
think
them.
There's 3.
3 back to back.
Kanpai. Salud.
Stop doing this, you fuckers.
Alright.
Brine wells swelled in Grignar's cold, jade squinting eyes, which grown accustomed to the gloom of the Stygian wet pools of ebony engulfing him, were bedazzled and blinded by flickering radiance cast forth by the second soldier's resin torch.
Soldiers.
Indeed, that second soldier is plural.
Nasty elveses and soldiers.
Aw,
Tightly gripped in the second soldier's right hand, opposite the intermittent torch, was a large double-edged axe, a long leather wound oaken handled transfixing the center of the weapon's iron head. Dear God.
Alright, pause it for just a second.
Pause for fluff.
Sure thing.
Fluff pause.
Oh, it's fluff time.
Yeah, I'm gonna give Raccoon redeemed some fluff.
Oh, yeah. Fluff therapy time.
Here... Ah, here we go.
Behold.
Oh! Where's his toy? Hang on a second. I'm gonna go get one of his, like...
I'm giving them good belly fluff.
That's some A+ belly fluff.
Yeah, it's the Finch.
Is
mellow playing with the Finch.
that is some A+ fluff right there.
A fluff.
Here we see the Rocky in its natural habitat. He surveys his domain, a land of shoes and catnip, and luxuriates in the artificial sunlight.
When he's not running around at 5 o'clock in the morning and ruining the rugs.
His is an existence of comfort, yet still he finds himself lusting for more. More what? Power? Territory? Wealth? Food? Even he does not know. He only knows that he lusts for it, much like Grignar lusts for adventure and blood and dat ass.
And wedges.
And wenches.
Don't forget the wedges.
He does love his wenches, and he especially loves their long floppy nipples.
The cat is looking very scared. Demonstrating his fondness for AK's shoes.
For this is what Rocky truly lusts for. Shoes.
And Finch.
Alright, we good. Shoo. What a good floor cat. Oh, he is.
He is very good. He is a very good boy. All right.
Aw. Where were we at?
Double head axe. They were describing the axe, and it was a very torturous description.
Oh no, I see the word cupping in our future.
Adorning the torsos of both of the sentries were thin yet sturdy hauberks, the breech plates of which were woven of tightly hemmed twines of reinforced silver braiding. Cupping the soldiers' feet were thick leather sandals wound about their shins to 2 inches below their knees.
Cupping their feet.
Mhm.
Cupping their feet.
This is a feet thing.
Oh, yes. Maybe only
Was this
tangentially,
written by
probably
Rocky?
subconsciously, but there's a little bit of a feet thing going on in here. Wrapped about their waists were wide satin girdles with slender bladed poniards dangling loosely from them.
What the fuck is a poniard?
It's
Couldn't
a thing.
tell
I
ya.
couldn't remember. I don't remember exactly what it is. Mostly because I'm tired and the wine.
The hilts of which featured scarlet-encrusted gems. Resting upon the manes of their heads and reaching midway to their brows were smooth copper morions. Again,
That's another.
more
It's
things
a piece
that
of
it's
armor
a
where
thing,
it's
but
like, I don't
fucked if
fucking
I know.
remember.
He's a Maine Coon, right, Cow? A raccoon?
Yeah.
Spiraling the lower portion of the helmet were short, up-curved silver spikes, while a golden hump spired from the top of each bassinet.
A hump, you say?
But-
Wait, bassinet.
That's what it says.
My humps.
They are
my
babby.
humps, my lovely golden humps.
Beneath their chins, wound around their necks, and draping their clad shoulders, dangled regal purple satin cloaks, which flowed midway to the soldiers' feet. Hand over hand, feet braced against the dank walls of the enclosure, huge Grignr ascended from the moldering depths of the forlorn abyss.
Huge Grigner.
As if we did not already know. It's reminding us just how swole this
We
boy
need
is.
to know he's a big boy.
He is a chunk, but not a chunk like that big jiggly prince we had
Not
earlier.
like that
No.
kind of junk.
And neither of those are like our good fluffy.
I imagine
Oh,
this is
yes.
his full name, actually.
That would make sense to me.
Huge Grigner.
Huge Grigner.
He's just been
Huge.
going by his last name this whole time,
Yeah.
like Hagrid.
It's Mr. Grigner, but you can call me Huge.
Yeah. Mr. Grignr was his
My
father's
father.
name.
Call me huge.
Bassinet is not a synonym for helmet, you fuck. It's a type of helmet. This isn't the fucking 100 Years' War.
His swelled limbs, stiff due to the boredom of a timeless inactivity, compounded by the musty atmosphere and jagged granite protuberan against
Katie,
his
save
body,
yourself. It's not worth it.
craved for action. The opportunity now presenting itself served the purpose of oiling his rusty joints and honing his dulled senses. He braced himself,
Oh no.
facing the second soldier. The sentry's stature was wildly exaggerated in the glare of the flickering crescent cupex in his right fist.
Let's have a second for that phrase.
Yeah, huh?
Flickering crescent cupex. Also, cupex sounds like a new drug that's meant to, like, treat your emphysema.
Yeah, that seems like something that would be, like, recalled off the market after, like, 2 years.
Yeah.
It turns out it gave you boils or something.
Yeah. Permaboils.
Eye boils. No. Orbs of seeing boils.
Oh.
His eyes were wide open in a slightly slanted owlish
that.
glaze, enhanced in their sinister intensity by the hawkbill curve of his nose and pale yellow peak of his cheeks. Are they describing... They're describing the soldier here.
Yeah, they are.
Okay, because that description reads as really oddly racist. Maybe
You're
not...
surprised this is racist.
No,
aren't
not
you?
oddly, actually, because slightly slanted owlish glaze, hawkbill curve of his nose, pale yellow peak of his cheeks. That... I'm not reading into that. No,
I
that-
can't tell whether
that
the
sounds a
racism
little-
is Asian or Jewish.
I don't know when it feels a little bit of both, and I hate it.
Porque no los horrible dos.
The whole thing's a little bit terrible.
Place your hands behind your back, said the second soldier as he raised his axe over his right shoulder blade and cast it a wavering glance.
Okay, wait a minute. I found a picture of Grigner.
Oh, you found a picture of Grignr.
I did.
Ye gods.
It's not.
Okay,
it's not, but...
Do we want to just leave that there?
No, leave
yeah,
that in the
let
corner.
me-
Just leave that in the corner.
Let me chroma key
Please.
this real quick so that we don't have the,
The background.
right. Oh, jeez. gotta find a better picture.
You can just drag it up from time to time.
Oh. I'll find it. All
right.
We've got a Kit Kat.
It's a baby. All right, while you're looking for that.
Yep, go on.
We must bind your wrists to parry any attempts at escape. Be sure.
What the fuck? I'm so done.
Deflect? I don't know what they're going for there.
Flack?
Be sure to make the knot a stout one, Broig. We wouldn't want our guest to take leave of our guidance. So now one of these guys is named Broig, apparently. Broig grasped Grigner's left wrist and reached for the barbarian's right wrist. Now Grigner is plural. Grigner wrenched his right arm free and swiveled to face Broig, reached beneath his loincloth with his right hand.
And pulled off his balls!
Oh boy!
And then he just whips his dick out.
And then he's just helicopters
And then
at them,
Grigner,
chases them down the hall.
Grigner did proclaim, "Bitch, I will slap you with my dick."
Oh god, our crit, yes. I'll work on it.
Big dick energy.
Alright, Ian, you're up.
Okay, let's see.
Alright, it's where Grigner reached under his loincloth.
I'm looking for it.
It's towards the bottom.
Okay.
Just like his loincloth.
Fuck you. Reached beneath his loincloth with his right hand. The sentry grabbed... What? Wait. Reached beneath his loincloth with his right hand.
Honk.
Oh. The sentry
Sorry.
grappled at his girdle for the sheathed dagger. I think it's just sheathed, but for some reason, whatever. But he recoiled short of his intentions as Grigner's right arm swept to his gorge. The soldier went limp. Also, I need more words.
Wait, what?
You're gonna need to scroll.
Oh, apologies. Trying to get that image figured out.
Okay. The soldier went limp, his bobbing eyes rolling beneath fluttering eyelids, a deep welt across his spouting gullet. Without lingering to observe the results of his efforts, Grigner dropped to his knees. Oh no! The second soldier's axe cleft over Grigner's head in a bluzz of silvered ferocity, severing several scarlet locks from his scalp. Coming to rest in his fellow's stomach, the iron head crashed through mail and flesh with splintering force, spilling a pool of crimson entrails over the granite paving. So basically, Grigner pulled the classic, like, Looney Tunes duck and have one dude hit the other.
Yeah.
I'm expecting a laugh track in the background.
Also,
That's Grigner!
just a quick aside here. They've mentioned several times that Grigner has red hair. Over under on the author having red hair? Just throwing that out there.
100%.
Just given that that's not a common thing and they've mentioned it several times.
There we
That
go.
or he really
Alright.
wants to have red. Oh my god.
Perfect!
Perfect.
Do go on.
Let's see. Before the sentry could wrench his axe free from his comrade's carcass, he found Grigner's massive hands clasped about his throat, choking the life from his clamped lungs. That's the second time we've heard lungs described as clamped. That's not how this works.
No.
Grigner reached under his loincloth, whipped out his massive dick, and started to helicopter it. Grigner did proclaim, "Bitch, I will smack you with my dick."
Does it count? Am I out?
Nah,
Yeah, it counts.
I'm not counting it.
Chat counts!
I'm not counting it.
Chad counts. I bow to Chad.
I'm ready to go. I'm ready.
Are you?
Where were we?
Let's in the bedroom.
Yes, Katie.
Nude. And ready to brood. I don't know what I'm saying.
Wow. Alright. I mean, okay, no, where were we though?
Second paragraph there before the sentry.
Before the century? Got it. Alright.
God damn it, Pyro.
Oh, here's our mouth.
Just pounding it. Just pounding it.
Fuck it.
Commission a pic of your Sona making that pose. I'm super down.
You do need a good reaction pick for like utter abject horror like that.
Oh, I've got one.
No, but both more.
More, okay, yeah.
Like there's and then there's holy fuck.
Oh, I've got this one.
Oh, that's pretty good.
That's
pretty
about the point.
He's a fun one.
We're getting there.
If it
Anyway,
gets bad enough, we'll have to swap out Conan for that.
Or the cover for Attack of the Druids.
It's not horror, though. You're right. All right. Whew. Before the sentry could wrench his axe free from his comrade's carcass, he found Grigner's massive hands clasped about his throat, choking the life from his clamped lungs.
Number 3.
With a zealous grunt, the accordion flexed his tightly corded biceps, forcing the grim-faced soldier to one knee. The sentry plunged his right fist into Grigner's face, digging his grimy nails into the barbarian's flesh. Ejaculating a curse through rasping teeth, Grigner surged the bulk of his weight forward, bowling the besieged soldier over upon his back. The sentry's arms collapsed to his thigh, shuddering convulsively, his bulging eyes staring blindly from a bloated, cheery red face.
He really likes cherry red also.
Yes.
Yes.
I think red and black are the two most over-described colors in here.
To be fair, if you read any, medieval literature, you'll come across the face Rhoda Red. Frequently, which means red in the neck. Yeah. Frequently. This has been the horniest violence I have ever heard.
Oh, yes. The violence has been hornier than the actual sexy bits. Well, I say sexy very loosely here, but the point stands.
Vague sexual something or other.
Rising to his feet, Grigner shook the blood.
Also, please feel free. These are chocolates.
Blood from his eyes, ruffling his surly red mane, as a brush fire swaying to the nighttime breeze. Stooping over the sprawled corpse of the first soldier, Grigner retrieved a small white object from a pool of congealing gore.
That's the second or third time congealing gore has specifically been used.
What's
Delicious.
congealing?
Is making it out of Jell-O is the thing.
Okay, stop.
Snorting a gusty billow of mirth, he once more concealed a tiny object beneath his loin cloth. The tediously honed pelvis bone of the broken rodent.
He's killing them with the pelvis. Why?
I don't know. It seems like his hands have been doing a perfectly good job. Returning his attention toward the second soldier, Grigner turned to the task of attiring his limbs? To move about freely.
Oh, so he's just doing the classic, we knock out the guards and we wear their shit.
Yeah.
Oh.
It's the oldest trick in the book.
To move about freely through the dim recesses of the castle would require the grotesque garb of its soldiery. Why is it grotesque?
Because it's worn by the bad guys, and there might be racial undertones.
Yeah, the rat's useful.
The rat's a DX.
The rat's a Deus Ex Monica. I said Deus Ex Monica? What the fuck is wrong with me?
No, the best is the
You're not even drinking. You don't
Yeah.
have
The best one is the Deus Ex
I'm just usually
Harmonica.
like this. Ah. Ratus Ex
I'm
Monica.
pretty sure that's a legendary item to a bard.
I'm
Please tell me
really
it's a real
excited to get to
If
this
it's
one.
not, I'll make it one.
Please.
Alright. I think we got them all so far. Utilizing the silence and stealth acquired in the untamed climes of his childhood, Grigner slink through twisting corridors
Una dance again. Grigner slink again.
and winding stairways, lighting his way with the confiscated torch
Really
of
close.
his dispatched guardian.
Confiscated?
Fuck! Confiscated!
I mean, no one would expect a torch to be confiscated. That's the real stuff.
That's, yeah.
Knowing where his steps were leading to,
Didn't expect that.
Grigner meandered aimlessly in search of an exit from the chateau's dim confines. I thought they were in a seraglio.
A proposal. The rat skeleton is the animal companion.
Okay. Also, point.
Fuck. I didn't mean for that to get you.
That's okay. I'll take it. I'll take it.
The rat skeleton is basically this story's bag of Coke bottles. Like trash bag full of Coke
It is.
bottles.
Also, can we have a minute for something I just realized? I've gotten to use the Princess Daphne voice once.
Oh, women don't speak.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, all the interactions with this girl, whenever we show up with her, she doesn't actually talk.
Women are seen and not heard.
Mm-hmm. Unless they're gonna mash a dude's testicles in. That's it.
Let's see.
Chateau's dim confines.
Love you.
The real CBT hours.
That is the only number on this stream's watch.
Hang on.
CBT stands for Conan the Barbarian Time, which is what this is.
Utilizing the silence and stealth acquired in the untamed climbs of his childhood, Grigner slinked through twisting corridors and winding stairways, lighting his way with the confiscated torch of his dispatched guardian. Knowing where his steps were leading to, Grigner meandered aimlessly in search of an exit from the chateau's dim confines. The wild blood coursing through his veins yearned for the undefiled freedom of the livid wilderness lands. Coming upon a fork in the passage, he treeked, voices accompanied by clinking footfalls discerned to his sensitive ears from the left corridor. Wishing to avoid contact, Grigner veered to the right passageway. If accosted as to the purpose of his presence, his barbarous accent would reveal his identity, being
Barbarous accent?
being
Fuck, that's racist as
being
shit.
that his attire was
Oh,
not
God.
that of the castle's mercenary troops.
Wait, but the whole point is he has the grotesque garb of its soldiery. What? Why?
It's dumb.
You're correct.
In grim silence, Grigner treaded down the dingily lit corridor, a stalking panther creeping warily along on padded feet. After an interminable period of wandering through the dull corridors, no gaps to break the monotony of the cold gray walls, Grigner espied a small winding stairway. Descending the flight of arced granite slabs to their posterior, Grigner was confronted by a short hallway, leading to a tall arched wooden doorway. A hallway is a doorway that leadeth down along a hallway.
Ding-a-ding-a-durgan.
Leadeth down to the stairs.
The stairs to another place where perhaps we finally get Mr. Grigner and Mrs. Unknown Sacrifice together so they can do the sex.
He knows where his steps are taking him, but he wandered aimlessly. Oh god. Grigner is a sexy
Oh no,
barbarian.
Pyro,
He's a
I don't,
ghost.
oh
He's
no,
a
oh dear, I'm not looking forward to this.
Oh boy. Why are you reading this anyways?
Why not?
Entertainment.
Because for fun
This is fun for us.
Funsies.
And we enjoy tormenting each other.
This book question.
Bunch of sadomasochists in this house.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
Oh, it's pretty good. It's pretty good so far.
This is the literary equivalent of CBT.
Conan the Barbarian Time. Yeah. Go on.
Okay, let's see. The hallway leading to a tall arched wooden doorway. Halting before the teeming portal.
Teaming?
Teeming portal.
Portal.
Grigner. I feel like that spelling changed for some reason. Rested his shaggy head sideways against the barrier.
I feel like it's spelled like an app.
Yes.
Like
Oh,
this
yes.
is like a barbarian meeting app.
Yes.
This is a grinder knockoff.
For barbarians.
For barbarians.
Where Grigner is where you go to like beat up on each other.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
Oh, you go
It's
to
Fight
find
Club,
a fight.
yeah.
It's you have to swipe right to fight. Swipe right to fight. Okay. Let's see.
Puts his shaky head sideways against the barrier.
Yeah, detecting no sounds from within, he grasped the looped metal handle of the door, his arms surging with a tremendous effort of bulging muscles. Yet the door would not budge. Retrieving his axe from where he had sheathed it beneath his girdle, he hefted it in his mighty hands with an apizid grunt, and wedging one of its blackened edges into the crack between the portal and its iron-rimmed sill. Bracing his sandaled right foot against the rogue jelly, hewn
Rogue
wool,
jelly.
rogue jelly, hewn wool. Bad and naughty rogues get put in the pear wiggler.
You guys. Grigner, the dating app for all your dickering needs.
Damn it.
Oh, they're
Teeth
absolutely trying to
tightly
give Grigner
clenched.
a cool Viking.
Grigner, what the fuck? Epilevered. Grigner epilevered the oaken shaft, employing it as a lever whereby to pry open the barrier.
He wanted either applied or levered,
and he just went with both.
did a portmanteau, I guess.
The leather wound hilt bending to its utmost limits of endurance, the massive portal swung open with a grating of snapped latch and rusty iron hinges.
We're just talking about
Shaft.
Shaft. Then I can dig it.
Glancing about the dust-swirled room in the gloomily dancing glare of his flickering crescent, Grigner eyed evidences of the enclosure being nothing more than a forgotten storeroom. Miss what?
Nothing, keep going.
No, come on. Chat, what'd you do?
No, I'm just enjoying your reading.
What?
You gotta work that shit.
I'll work your shaft.
Buy me dinner. Shit made me
Whoa.
Oh, I fucked up. Oh well. Oh, the oaken haft. Whatever. Haft shaft. Half shaft, it's all daft.
The horniness overfloweth tonight.
Oh my gosh, Tolvo, why did you come back for more?
Tolvo, save yourself.
Why are you hosting?
Volvo likes Spain as much as we do. In this, we are kindred.
Oh boy.
Ain't no women gonna be clam jam when Grignir comes with his oaken shaft.
Who's the black private dick who drives all the ladies wild?
Haft!
You damn right.
Yes,
You
Ian?
guys almost fucking killed me right there. You know what it's like having milk in your sinus? It's not great.
Oh god.
Damn
I'm sorry,
right,
don't.
Tom. I am not a hussy.
This channel is delisted tonight. It's been a ride. It's been nice knowing
I'm a
you.
high-class individual, and you all cannot afford me.
Says the person complaining about the fact that I made him dinner.
Alright.
Or realizing.
I got this, sorry. Bracing his sandaled right foot against the roguely hewn wall, teeth tightly clenched, Grigner...
Oh, drink me. Just drink me. Thank you,
Grigner...
Pyro.
Oh, cheers. Cheers.
Go.
Goodbye. My heart is not doing really well, so I'm starting to de-stress with whatever the fuck this is. Oh.
It's all good. Just
Dear
pile the
God.
stress onto us.
Yeah.
We can take it.
Oh, yeah.
Please enjoy.
Along with Haft. The medieval detective.
He's a complicated man, and no one understands him but his female. Grigner apple-levered the oaken haft, employing it as a lever whereby to pry open the barrier. The leather wound?
I think it's supposed to be wound.
I honestly don't know.
Hilt bending to its utmost limits of endurance, the massive portal swung open with a grating of snapped latch and rusty iron hinges. Glancing about the dust swirled room in the gloomily dancing glare of his flickering cresset, Grigner eyed evidences of the enclosure being nothing more than a forgotten storeroom. Miscellaneous articles required for the maintenance of the castle were piled in disorganized heaps at infrequent intervals toward the wall opposite the barbarian's piercing stare. This reads like blood whistle.
Oh, yes.
It do.
Like, it just can't get to the fucking point.
Utilizing long, bounding strides, Grigner paced his way over to the mounds of supplies to discover if any articles of value were contained within their midst. Detecting a faint clinking sound, Grigner sprawled to his left side with the speed of a striking cobra, landing harshly upon his back. Torch and axe loudly clattering to the floor in a morass of sparks and flame. A elm-woven board leaped from collapsed flooring. What is it, just plank? Like, is it just plank from Ed, Edd, and Eddie just leaping on him? Clashing against the jagged flooring and spewing a shower of orange and yellow sparks over Greener's startled face. Rising uneasily to his feet, the half-stunned accordion glared down at the gruesome arm of death he had unwittingly sprung. Mrifk! Sorry.
He's out.
He's out.
I was going to be out no matter what, because there isn't a proper way to pronounce Mrifk.
That's true.
So, fuck y'all.
Also, Gregner says in his rich barbarian accent, "Vench, you cannot handle these nuts."
Morific. Morific.
You're terrific, Morific.
Gregner eyed hungrily that bulging bosom, his thin loincloth holding a bulge of its own.
Damn. 4 years of streaming to be deleted by a horny bunny.
That's how I want to die.
Being deleted by a stream.
By a horny bunny stream? There are worse ways.
Been a good run.
If not for his keen auditory organs and lightning steel reflexes. Yep, because you can't just fucking say ears. But if not for his keen auditory organs and lighting steeled reflexes, Grigner would have been groping through the shadowed hell pits of the Grim Reaper. He had unknowingly stumbled upon an ancient, long-forgotten booby trap.
Forgotten? It took them this fucking long? Sorry, hang on. Just for a sec.
Mm-hmm.
So, it took this long from a faint clinking sound to he tripped a trap.
Oh, well, now they're going to describe the trap for the rest of the paragraph.
But they already described
No. Bun.
Yes.
We need to describe this trap. So,
Okay.
buckle in. Gird your loincloth.
Is
Mistake.
it a heaving bosom trap? A blossoming bosom trap?
Sadly, no. Instead, it is a mistake which would have stunted the perusal of longevity of one less agile. A mechanism similar in type to that of a miniature catapult was concealed beneath two collapsible sections of granite flooring. The arm of the device was 4 feet long, boasting razor-like cleats at regular intervals along its face with which it was to skewer the luckless body of its would-be victim. Grigner had stepped upon a concealed catch, which relaced a small metal latch beneath the 2 granite sections, causing them to fall inward, and thereby loose the spiked arm of death they precariously held in.
God, holy shit. I was right, the author had a D&D game or similar, then decided to write it.
Arkrat, you would be correct, except the writing of this literally predates the creation of Dungeons & Dragons.
When was Chainmail?
Chainmail was 75.
Huh.
This was published in 70.
Gwigno notices your bulging.
Which is wild to me. Like, I know D&D didn't invent a lot of, like, the dungeon crawling stuff, but it's interesting how much this mirrors
4
it,
feet
considering.
long, 12 inches thick, and thrubbing.
So bad it went back in time before D&D. Frankly, I'd believe it.
Partially out of curiosity.
Partially out of curiosity and partially out of an inordinate fear of becoming a pincushion for a possible second trap, Grigner plunged his torch into the exposed gap in the floor. The floor of a second chamber stood out 7 feet below the glare. Tossing his torch through the aperture, Grigner grasped the side of an adjoining tile, dropping down. He is now in a dungeon, basically.
What?
Glancing about the room, Grigner discovered that he had descended into the palace's mausoleum. Rectangular stone crypts cluttered the floor at evenly placed intervals. The tops of the enclosures were plated with thick layers of virgin gold. Is that a thing? While the sides were plated with white ivory, at one time sparkling but now grown dingy through the passage of the rays of all-encompassing Mother Time.
all-encompassing Mother Time.
Fucking what? The sequel to My Dad Wrote a Porno, My Neighbor Wrote a Grigner. Ah.
Featured at the head of each sarcophagus in tarnished silver was an expugnissively carved likeness of its rotting expugnissively carved likeness of its rotting inhabitant.
Pardon?
Expugnissively. Sorry, fucking data expunged right there. I'm guessing expensively? That's my guess.
Oh god, I don't know.
Expensively is the closest I can think of.
He's in an Egyptian tomb now.
Yeah.
Suddenly?
Yes.
Why?
Because he has to go through a dungeon crawl before he can get to the... It's a D&D dungeon before D&D was a thing.
It's all encompassing, but there's no space. Encompassing, sorry.
Ale and cum pissing, mother of time.
God damn it.
Kitty is really just giving me great things to say in my announcer voice.
Mm-hmm.
The mother of time should see a doctor if she's pissing cum. Thanks, Katie.
Ale pissing mother of time.
A dingy atmosphere pervaded the air of the chamber, which, sealed in the enclosure for an unknown period, had grown thick and stale. That semicolon did not need to be there at all. Intermingling with the curdled currents was the repugnant stench of slowly moldering flesh, creeping ever slowly but surely through minute cracks in the numerous vaults.
Vampire in the sarcophagus calling it.
Or is it a mimic? Are we gonna get mimics?
I'm hoping for mummy.
Due to the embalming of the bodies, their flesh decayed at a much slower rate than is normal, yet the nauseous odor was none the less repellent. Towering over Grigner's head was the trap he released. The mechanism of the miniaturized catapult was cluttered with mildew and cobwebs. Notwithstanding these relics of antiquity, its efficiency remained unimpinged. To the right of the trap wound a short stairway through a recess in the ceiling. A concealed entrance leading to the mausoleum for which the catapult had obviously been erected as a silent, relentless guardian. This is a needless amount of description
This
to
is
describe
fucking
a trap.
tortuous. We've had more time describing this one trap than Grigner's entire imprisonment.
Yeah, that's true. Also, just gotta get in on Zodalik's comment there. It is the hero's journey. You hire a sex worker. You fat shame a man. You get called a slut, and then you go to an Egyptian tomb. Classic story structure.
It's perfect. The catapult is the real main character? That would be a surprise hero. We get to cut, like, if that happens, we get to mark off surprise hero. And then we get a bingo.
We're so close.
We are
in
so
fact
close.
In fact, if someone gets fridged, that's our easiest
That's a
path
good
to
one,
bingo.
yeah.
Although I'm not sure who could get. I guess if like the lady that was getting sacrificed shows up and then like immediately gets killed off.
Fun, listen, this trap is very important.
This trap is so fucking. It's had like 5 paragraphs devoted to it.
The real catapult is the friends we made along the way.
Yeah, I can see that.
Maybe the real catapult was inside us all along.
Because whatever treasure Grigner is able to pull out of the mausoleum beneath the Seraglio, like the true currency of the soul is the coin we call love.
Oh my god. We finished our playlist.
Oh, we finished the RPG Ambiance Fantasy number 2 on the road, 3 hours of heroic fantasy music.
We did.
Help.
Where's RPG Ambiance Fantasy number 3?
Where indeed? Find us Dungeon Ambiance.
Ooh.
Since we're in a fucking dungeon for 6 hours.
That's a good idea. Here we go. Let's see. We got Magical Glade. Beautiful instrument.
I feel a little guilty about making fun of this given it was written by a 16-year-old. For what it's worth, Iris,
our understanding is that the author of this would like go to conventions and sit in on people like doing dramatic readings of it. So my guess is he was actually like a pretty good sport about it.
We're not making fun of the person who wrote it. We're making fun of the work itself.
Yeah. Like
I can't separation of that.
I think we've all written stuff not
Yeah.
far removed from this.
Oh God,
Yeah.
yes.
Yeah, no,
Like
there's...
we are not without sin here, believe
Yeah.
me.
It's an unfortunate phase in most writers' lives where they have to rely on the I need a thesaurus for every fucking word, and generally they grow out of it.
Yeah.
However, this is pretty egregious even by those standards. Like, again, I don't want to poke fun, but again, this isn't like a 13-year-old.
Yeah, like for as much fun as we're making this, I have absolutely written stuff like this.
Yeah.
Like that would actually be an interesting stream if we each pulled out some writing we did like 15 years ago.
No,
No?
I refuse.
Fair.
I literally burned some of my shit. I was so ashamed of it.
And again, this was also written in the 60s or 70s,
Yeah.
so I think there is also
That's
a
also
certain
hard
amount
because
of like...
there's less, like, there's so much exposure nowadays. You can go and read other people's stuff, and you can read so much more of it.
Oh, look. RPG Ambiance Fantasy number 3 is Into the Depths of the Dungeon.
Fuck yeah, 2 hours in a dark castle.
Let's do it.
Go for it.
Perfect.
Go for it. Da, 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 da.
Alright. Climbing up the side of the device, Grigner set to the task of resetting its mechanism. In the event that a search was organized, it would prove well to leave no evidence of his presence open to wandering eyes. Besides, it might even serve to dwindle the size of an opposing force. Descending from his perch, Grigner was startled by a faintly muffled scream of horrified desperation. His hair prickled yawkishly in disorganized clumps along his scalp. Yawkishly. I don't know. As a cold danced along the length of his spinal cord, no moral/mortal barrier, human or otherwise, was capable of arousing the numbing sensation of fear inside of Grigner's smoldering soul. His soul still burns. Soul Calibur 5.
Rocket Launcher.
Rocket Launcher.
Grigner is a kindled soul. Something Dark Souls joke.
However, he was overwrought by the forces of the barbarians' instinctive fear of the supernatural. Okay, this is straight up going down.
What?
Well, because barbarians are just afraid of magic shit.
Oh.
Just straight, like, if you're a barbarian, you're like, ugh, fire bad. His mighty thews had always served to adequately conquer any tangible foe, but
Wait.
the intangible was something distant and terrible.
He conquers people with his thews is just like another for thighs.
Some say that beneath the town of Silent Hill, his soul still burns.
He's conquering people with his thighs, everybody.
Look, Grigner, I'm burning.
What if Grigner is actually who's under Pyramid Heads? What if
You know he's got the arms for it,
Exactly.
right? He's got that bulging sinew.
That's now just imagine the scene in the fucking Silent Hill movie where Grigner as Pyramid Head comes up, grabs a rat, and just rips all the skin off and runs out. Okay.
Finally.
Okay, you got-
Jeez.
Okay.
Finally
It took so
broke him.
fucking long.
At some point, I just come under onslaught by the two of you going, nope,
Oh.
you're not reading anymore.
Really?
We will make you laugh.
Really? Under onslaught? I wonder what the fuck that's like. And then just Bun makes himself laugh.
I am the worst.
Mm-mm.
Yeah.
He's a sweet boy.
Aw.
Just not very good at not laughing.
Not very good.
No.
Hinata. Oh my gosh.
However, he was overwrought by the forces of the barbarians' instinctive fear of the supernatural. His mighty thews had always served to adequately conquer any tangible foe, question mark, but the intangible was something distant and terrible. Dim, horrifying tales passed by word of mouth over glimmering campfires and skins of wine had more than once served the purpose of chilling the marrowed core of his sturdy-limbed bones.
Sturdy limbed his bones have limbs?
Apparently they do.
Apparently so.
That's called cancer.
horrifying.
Yet the scream contained a strangely human quality, unlike that which Grigner imagined would come from the lungs of a demon or spirit, making Grigner take short, nervous strides, advancing to the sarcophagus from which the sound was issuing. Clenching his teeth in an attempt to steel his jangled nerves, Grigner slid the engraved slab from the vault with a sharp rasp of grinding stone. Another long-drawn cry of terror-infested anguish met the barbarian, scoring like the shrill piping of a demented banshee, piercing the inner fibers of his superstitious brain with primitive dread, and awe. I have to say that's not a bad paragraph. It's like, it's not perfect, but
It's
that's
definitely one of the less bad ones.
yeah, it gets to the point. It actually has some, like, good metaphors.
It's
and,
descriptive
like,
in a
good
useful
pauses and so forth. I like that.
Terror infested.
However, Dread. It's related to Moon.
Mm-hmm.
Dread is like the
Infested
experience you have when
anguish.
you go to, like, a kid's haunted house and you touch the peeled grapes that are eyeballs.
Oh, yes. These are brave.
I'm sorry.
Stooping over to espy the tomb's contents.
What? Fucking what?
Terror-infested anguish. Don't look at me, I didn't write it. Stooping over to espy the tomb's contents, the glittering accordion's nostrils were singed by the scorching aroma of a moldering corpse, long shut up and fermenting. Ooh. The same putrid scent which permeated the entire chamber, though multiplied to a much more concentrated dosage. Everyone get your correct dosage of fermenting corpse now.
Delicious.
And nutritious, taste just like chicken.
Oh, is he gonna be attacked by a mummy?
Though multiplied to a much more concentrated dosage, the shriveled leathery packet of crumbling bones. I love that. That's so good. And dried flacking flesh offered no resistance.
Dang.
Thank you for the 1,000 biddies, Nada.
Dang.
You gotta stop
Dankeschön.
those. Save up for TFF, okay? Goodness.
Gracious, great balls of fire.
Thank you so much, Nada. You're
Nada's so
amazing.
good. Everybody love Nada.
Cheers. Nada.
Cheers to Nada.
Cheers.
There's not a thing wrong with them.
Aw.
See, the shriveled leathery packet of crumbling bones and dried flacking flesh.
Great balls of fire.
Ah!
That's amazing.
Ah,
Offered no resistance but remained in a fixed position of perpetual vigilance, watching over its dim abode from hollow gaping sockets. The tortured Chris were not coming from the tomb but from some hidden depth below. Pulling the reeking corpse from its resting place, Grigner tossed it to the floor in a broken, mangled heap. Upon one side of the crypt's bottom was attached a series of tiny hinges, while running parallel along the opposite side of a convex railing-like protuberance, laid so as to appear as part of the interior surface of the sarcophagus. Okay, so you have to, what would this be? Roll, I look for trapdoors.
It feels
Roll
like they've spent
for-
like 20% of the story just on describing
Yeah.
this fucking tomb and trap.
Raising the slab upon its bronze hinges, long removed from the gaze of human eyes, Grigner perceived a scene which caused his blood to smolder not unlike bubbling molten lava. Directly below him, a whimpering female lay stretched upon a smooth surface marble altar. A pack of grassy-faced shaman clustered around her in a tight circular formation. Crouched over the girl was a tall, pot-bellied priest, his face dominated by a disgusting, open-mouthed grimace of sadistic glee. Suspended from the acolyte's clenched right hand was a carven, oval-faced mallet, which he waved menacing over the girl's shadowed face, an incoherent gibberish flowing from his grinning, thick-lipped mouth. I do have to say, bashing somebody's head in with a hammer is an underused trope in
I
this
saved
shit.
money.
Midsommar.
Yes!
Nada, you saved
Yes!
that money, okay? And stop spending it on me. That's 3,000 biddies. That's too many.
Or is it not enough?
Thank you, Nada.
Everyone love Nada.
Are they being shouted out for, too?
Oh my god, what the
I
fuck?
don't have no streams.
Not enough.
Nada, how do you feel about the new reading noise? I got a new text to speech noise. I hope it meets your approval.
Also, I want everybody to just I'm waiting because
You did.
They have opened the floodgates.
This cheesy circle over here.
honey,
Yeah.
are you ready for what's I'm gonna say next?
Oh.
Is it,
It's not great. Would you like me to continue?
Yes, and then I need to do something for Iris, but is there gonna be more of the...
I feel like we're in a you may want to we may want to pause now because I feel like we're getting to like action.
Yeah, we've had a lot of nothing happen for a minute.
Yeah,
here.
so do you want to deal with
maybe.
Iris and then we continue? Because I don't think this is gonna slow down.
Nope, go for it.
Okay, here we go. In the face of the amorphous foes.
Rawr. Extreme nozzles pounces on you. Ooh, you're so warm. Couldn't help but notice your bones from across the floor. Your neck, you like you told them Matilda, hee hee. Unzips your big ass pants, baby, you're so musky. Take it one step me and make me yours, and don't forget to stop me. Me wag my little baby tail for your porchy wargy. See some lickies your neck. I hope daddy like his nozzles and buzzes your chest. I be getting thirsty. Why are you looking at me like I've never done this before?
It's the really strong eye contact that's making it weird. You don't generally fucking look at me when you do it.
Oh, goodness.
Anyway.
Well, I'm dead.
Okay. You want me to continue?
Am done.
Thank you, Nada. Go on.
In the face of the amorphous, broad-breasted female, stretched out alluringly before his gaping eyes, the universal whim of nature filing a plea of despair inside of his white, hot soul, Grigner acted in the only manner he could perceive. Giving vent to a hoarse, throat-rending battle cry, Grigner plunged into the midst of the startled shaman, torch simmering in his left hand and axe twirling in his right hand. A gaunt, skull-faced priest standing at the far side of the altar clutched desperately at his throat, coughing furiously in an attempt to catch his breath. Lurching helplessly to and fro, the acolyte pitched headlong against the gleaming base of a massive jade idol. Writhing agonizedly against the hideous image, foam flecking his chalk-white lips, the priest struggled helplessly, the victim of an epileptic seizure. One of the guys is just coding. Startled by the barbarian's stunning appearance, the chronic fit of their fellow, and the fear that Grigner might be the avant-garde. What? Might be the avant-garde. Avant-garde. He's like wearing some brand new fashion or something. Of a conquering force dedicated to the cause of destroying their degenerated cult, the Sayman...
Are they just doing the
Sayman?
same thing again?
Yeah.
Momentarily
Yeah,
lost their composure, giving vent to heedless pandemonium. The priests fell easy prey to Grigner's sweeping arc of crimson death and maiming destruction. The acolyte performing the sacrifice took a vicious blow to the stomach, hands clutching vitals and severed spinal cord as he sprawled over the altar. The disorganized priests lurched and staggered with split skulls, dismembered limbs, and spewing entrails before the enraged accordion's relentless onslaught. The Howlers.
Extreme nostrils pounces on you. Ooh, you're so warm. Couldn't help I hope daddy loves you. I be getting thirsty.
Squeak.
Who is doing this?
That would be Nada's fault.
Nada, you got your squeak. Are you happy?
Squeak!
Let's see. The disorganized priest lurched and staggered with split skulls, dismembered limbs, and spewing entrails before the enraged accordion's relentless onslaught. The howls of the maimed and dying reverberated against the walls of the tiny chamber, chorus of hell-fraught despair, as the granite floor ran red with blood. The entire chamber was encompassed in the heat of raw savage butchery as Grigner luxuriated in the grips of a primitive beastly bloodlust. Presently all went silent, save for the ebbing groans of the sinking shaman and Grigner's
I need
heaving breath
13,400
accompanied by
bits for
several
next
gusty
batch.
curses. The well had run dry, no
Jeez.
more lambs remained for the slaughter.
That's a lot.
There's so
That is a
many
lot.
bits.
You want to scroll?
Oh, I'm sorry. This one, right?
Yes.
Okay. Sorry, I'm just...
You clearly are. Okay, you want to know what? Ha ha ha! It's your turn. You read this bullshit.
Oh, gosh.
Is that allowed?
I forfeit. Plus, I have to poop.
Okay.
Fair enough.
Sorry, I'm just trying to find a thing.
Looking for a thing?
Not gonna lie though, the absolute cursedness of that song made me laugh so hard I decided to get involved with furry stuff so long. Oh boy. Alright, I need to find oh come on, why doesn't it work here?
My last titty bitties.
Oh, Nada, thank you for the biddies. I appreciate it. It means a lot. And you're amazing. Shoot. I am just trying to find... Eye of Argon on a website that's gonna work for what I'm trying to do.
What are you trying to do?
You don't want to know.
Oh. Oh, I don't.
Nope.
This does not fill me with confidence.
Second one was because he was getting way too cringy. All right. I'll go ahead and drink, I guess. Cheers.
Cheers.
Kanpai.
Hey.
All right. Where did we leave off? No more
I
lambs
think
remain
just
for the slaughter?
rampaging instead of death.
Okay. The rampaging stead of death, having taken Grigner for the moment, left the barbarian free to the exploitation of his other pursuals. Perusials? Towering over his head was the misshaped image of the cult's hideous deity, Argon. Why do I hear scheming? The fantastic size of the idol, in consideration of its being of pure jade, was enough to cause the senses of any man to stagger and reel, yet thus was not the case for the behemoth. Lowercase h, he had paid only casual notice to this incredible fact, while riveting the whole of his attention upon the jewel protruding from the idol's soul socket. Its masterfully cut faucets, emitting blinding rays of hypnotizing beauty. After all, a man cannot slink from a heavily guarded palace while burdened down by the intense bulk of a squatting statue, providing of course, that the idol can even be hefted, which in fact was beyond the reaches of Grigner's coursing stamina. On the other hand, the jewel, gigantic as it was, would not present a hindrance of any mean concern. Fuck does that mean? What does this mean? Okay.
Well, because it's too big for him to take the jewel, but also he's really strong, so he can take the jewel anyway.
Man, Yin's not here, and we got the female character talking now. That wasn't a laugh.
Shall we wait?
That was a gasp.
A gasp, yes, of course.
Mm-hmm. I was breathing out.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. What about a sudden sharp inhalation and then exhalation?
Help me, please. I can make it well worth your while.
You're not doing it right.
I know.
Well then.
All right, come back and do it, and then AK could read the rest. Cause yeah, I'm gone. Please help me, woo! Help me, please. I can make it well worth your while. Use the magic sword. No, to slay the dragon, use the magic sword.
Pleaded a soft, anguish-strewn voice wafting over Grigner's shoulders as he plucked the dull red emerald from its roots. Turning, Grigner faced the female that had lured him into this bloodbath, but whom had become all but forgotten in the heat of the battle. "You!" ejaculated the accordion in a pleased tone. "I thought that I had seen the last of you at the tavern, but verily I was mistaken." Grigner advanced into the grips of the female's entrancing stare, severing the golden chains that held her captive upon the altar's highly polished face of ornamental limestone. As Grigner lifted the girl from the altar, her arms wound dexterously about his neck, soft and smooth against his harsh exterior.
Art thou pleased that we have chanced to meet once again?
Grigner merely voiced an side grunt, returning the damsel's embrace while he smothered her trim, delicate lips between the coursing protrusions of his reeking maw.
Blanca says.
Excuse me?
Every dude in this fucking stinks.
Blanca says this sucks.
That, yeah.
How many bits to break? But you've already done it.
We have to scroll, honey. Honey bun.
Apologies. Oh, we need to get our.
Oh yes, the actual.
Oh,
Oh yeah, there's our
my
slave.
How great.
There's our slave
What
Leia.
is going on with her face? What's wrong with your face?
Nobody has eyes.
And
These
her-
are nostrils, right?
I don't know. And what is her foot?
What is this?
Those
Look
are
at
the
this.
sagging nipples.
It's the sagging nipple.
They seem pretty erect to
What's
me.
wrong with your fur?
There's a lot to unpack there.
Let's burn the whole suitcase.
Yeah. Whoa. This
I
shape
said
is horrible. It's
the other
horrible.
One, the other ones
That
are
is a
arguably
talon.
worse.
That is a talon.
The ideal female.
And the fingers. Oh
female.
You may not like it, but this is what ideal female performance looks like.
no! I don't like that.
Oh, okay.
Let us take
Alright.
leave of this wretched chamber,
Wretched.
stated Grigner as he placed the female upon her feet. She swooned a moment, causing Grigner to give her her support, then regained her stance. Art thou able to find your way through the accursed passages of this castle? Rific. Every one of the corridors of this damned place are identical.
I was, at one time, a slave prince of Agafim. I've got questions.
Cheers.
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 His clammy touch sent a sour swill through my belly, but my efforts reaped a harvest. I gained the pig's liking, whereby he allowed me the freedom of the palace. It was through this means that I eventually managed to escape of the palace. It was simply a matter to seduce the sentry at the western gate. His trust found him with a dagger thrust his ribs.
The wench stated whimsicorically.
Whimsicorically?
Whimsicorically.
Perfect. Well done.
What were you doing at the tavern whence I discovered you? Asked Grignr, as he lifted the female through the opening into the mausoleum.
I had sought to lay low from the palace guards as they conducted their search for me. The tavern was seldom frequented by palace guards, and my identity was unknown to the common soldiers. It was through the disturbance that you caused that the palace guards were attracted to the tavern. I was dragged away shortly after you escorted to the palace.
What are you called by, female? Oh, we're about to get a name.
God damn.
We'll need a scroll here, bud.
Apologies.
Carthena, daughter of Mikardos, Duke of Barwego, whose lands border along the northwestern fringes of Gorzom.
God
I was
damn it.
paid as homage to Agathim upon his 38th year.
Husked the femme. Husked the femme.
Oh God.
Husked.
What?
Husked the femme.
No.
Exclamation point, husked the
That's
femme.
not okay.
Also, can we have a minute? I think we just got, like, surprise money.
Okay, hold on. We gotta push through here because there's something I need to address. And I am called a barbarian, grunted Grignr in a disgusted tone.
Aye, the ways of our civilization are in many ways warped and distorted. But what is your calling?
She queried bustily. She queried bustily. I'm finishing my fucking drink for that.
Bustily!
Wait a minute. Is she a princess?
Yeah, she's her, like...
She's like the daughter of a daughter of a
duke.
duke, so... Yeah,
Damn.
yeah, that's fair. If she dies, she's fridge. That's
Inexplicable
fridging.
romance?
Probably. I don't
love.
see it not going in that direction.
Then I think
She's a
this
little
is-
bit of a manic pixie love interest, for that matter.
We'll give it a minute.
Yeah.
We are in the
Oh,
last
goodness.
we're in the last
What are
quarter
we-
of this.
What's... honey?
Yeah.
What are we...
So I found, I believe Iris asked about this entire thing done in Uwu, and I found an add-on for Firefox that translates web pages into Uwu.
No.
So I was looking for a version of
you
this
only a
page that would be translated.
No.
I refuse.
No.
Also, sometimes you do just ask a question and your breasts get in the way.
Very bustily.
This is bullshit, I boobedly replied.
Bustin' makes me feel good.
Busted.
I hate
Bridge too far.
this
That's
sexist
too
dribble.
far.
To slay the patriarchy, use the magic human fucking rights.
She queried bustily. Grignr of X.
Was that A plus or what?
Wait forever. Oh, God.
I have heard
Oh, hang on.
That's great.
Yeah, hang on.
We have a whole dialogue going here. So.
I have heard vaguely of Ecordia. It is
Vaguely?
the hill country to the far east of the Norogolian Empire. I have also heard Agathim curse your land more than once when his troops were routed in the unaccustomed mountains in Gorgia.
Saith she.
Say it.
We'll need a little scrolling here.
Can do.
Thank you. Aye, my people are not tarnished by petty luxuries and baubles. I have an Irish accent now for no reason. They remain fierce and unconquerable in their native climes. After reaching the hidden panel at the head of the stairway, Grignr was at a loss in regard to its operation. His fiercest heaves were as pebbles against burnished armor. Carthena depressed a small symbol included within the elaborate design upon the panel, whereupon it slowly slid into a cleft in the wall. There was no fucking punctuation in there.
left.
How did you come to be the victim of these crazed shaman? Quested Grigner as he escorted Carthena through the piles of rummage on the left side of the trap.
We're into full-on noble savages now.
Yep. Also, you got like a
Yeah,
fucking,
I know.
you got a
I
paragraph.
do, apparently.
By Agafim's orders, I was thrust into a secluded cell to await his passing of sentence. By some means, the priests of Argon acquired a set of keys to the cell. They slew the guard placed over me and abducted me to the chamber in which you chanced to come upon the sacrifice.
That's what? Skaz.
Disgusting.
I don't even fucking.
Their hellspawn cult
The Scuzz.
demands a sacrifice once every 3 moons upon its full journey through the heavens. They were startled by your unannounced appearance through the fear that you had been sent by Agafim. The prince would surely have submitted them to the most ghastly of tortures if he had ever discovered their unfaithfulness to Sargon, his bastard deity. It's like a deity, but it's for diets, which he's not very good at because he's so fat.
His G-string's getting pretty tight.
Many of the partakers of the ritual were high nobles and high trustees of the inner palace. Agafim's pitiless wrath would have been unparalleled.
They have no more to fear of Agafim now, bellowed
No more
Grigner
to
in
fear
a
of?
deep, mirthful tone, a gleeful smirk upon his... Ah, damn it. Well, now you have to do both voices.
Apparently I do. So I have to go between Kakarot and Princess Daphne. I mean, Vegeta and Princess Daphne.
Good luck.
They have no more to fear of Agafim now, bellowed Grigner in a deep, mirthful tone, a gleeful smirk upon his face. I have seen that they were delivered from his vengeance. This is going to be real rough on my throat.
One more paragraph.
Engrossed by Carthena's graceful stride and conversation,
Sargon
Grigner
can be
failed
cool.
to take note of the footfalls rapidly approaching behind him as he swung aside the arched portal linking the chamber with the corridors below. Beyond, whatever, a maddened, bloodlusting screech reverberated from his eardrums. Seemingly utilizing the speed of thought, Grigner swiveled to face his unknown foe. With gaping eyes and widened jaws, Grigner raised his axe above his surly mien, but he was too late!
Man,
Your
Grigner
turn.
just keeps getting fucking sucker punched.
Alright.
That's like the 3rd time this has happened.
Very low on intelligence.
I got this one.
Yeah.
I got this one. Chapter 7? Is chapter 7? Oh no, there's a 7.5.
And
I think-
7.25.
I think that's it then. I think there's 7.5 and then the ending.
Oh, thank God.
Huh.
Yeah. I think. Because apparently the last page was lost for quite a while. But it has since been found. It has hence been found. Alright. Chapter 7. With wobbling knees and swimming head, the priest that had lapsed into an epileptic seizure, for no reason, rose unsteadily to his feet. While enacting his choking fit in writhing agony, the shaman was overlooked by Grigner. The barbarian had mistaken the seizure for the death throes of the acolyte, allowing the priest to avoid his stinging blade. The sight that met the priest's inflamed eyes nearly served to sprawl him upon the floor once more. The sacrificial sat it grim? Blood-splattered silence all around him, broken only by the occasional yelps and howls of his maimed and butchered fellows. Above his head rose the hideous idol, its empty socket holding the shaman's furbished, infuriated gaze. His eyes turned to a stony glaze with the realization of the pillage and blasphemy. Due to his high susceptibility following the seizure, the priest was transformed into a raving maniac, bent solely upon wreaking vengeance. With lips curled and quivering, a crust of foam dripping from them, the acolyte drew a long, wicked-looking jewel-hilted scimitar from his silver girdle and fled through the aperture in the ceiling, uttering a faintly perceptible ceremonial gibberish.
Ceremonial gibberish.
wicked-looking jewel-hefted scimitar was such a fucking train wreck of adjectives that, like...
Also, these bad guys really love putting gems on the hilts of their blades.
Apparature.
Like, that gets mentioned every time a bad guy has a sword.
Apparature. It's because they are, like... Oh, God. They're, like, coded Middle Eastern.
Yeah. Considering it's all scimitars and seraglios.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's, really fucking unfortunate.
And with the image we saw of the vizier, or not the, the
Pretty
prince,
much,
but
yeah.
he's basically the vizier. Like, it's,
The counselor.
it's definitely coded. It's a little,
Yeah. This is a little bit... What a tubular-looking jewel-hilted scimitar, brah. Do you want me to keep going, or do you want to take over for 7 minutes?
I can take over.
Alright.
A sweeping scimitar swung towards Grignar's head in a
I love the
shadowed blur
alliteration.
of motion. That is good alliteration, I'll give him that.
Mhm.
With axe raised over his head, Grignar prepared to parry the blow while gaping wide-eyed in open-mouthed perplexity.
What in the proximate fuck did people in the 70s think epilepsy was? Demons?
Honestly, considering The Exorcist came out in like 72, kinda. Like, there's definitely a little misunderstanding. Gaping wide-eyed in open-mouthed perplexity, suddenly a sharp snap resounded behind the frothing shaman. The scimitar, halfway through its fatal sweep, dropped from a quivering, nerveless hand, clattering harmlessly to the stonage.
Let's not
The stonage?
The stonage?
The stonage.
The stonage.
Cutting his screech short with a bubbling, red-mouthed gurgle, the lacerated acolyte staggered under the pressure of the released springboard. After a moment of hopeless struggling, the shaman buckled, sprawling face down in a widening pool of blood and entrails, his regal purple robe blending enhancingly with the swirling streams of crimson. Mrifk, I thought I had killed the last of those dogs, muttered Grignar in a half-apathetic state. Yin is unconscious. So...
that's you then.
Nay, Grignar, you doubtless grew careless while giving vent to your lusts. But let us not tarry any long, lest we overtax the fates. The paths leading to freedom will soon be barred. The wretch's cries must certainly have attracted unwanted attention,
the wench mused. By what direction shall we pursue our flight?
Up that stair and down the corridor a short distance is the concealed entrance to a tunnel seldom used by others than the prince, and known to few others save the palace's royalty. It is used mainly by the prince when he wishes to take leave of the palace in secret. It is not always in the prince's best interests to leave his chateau in public view. Even while under heavy guard, he is often assaulted by hurtling stones and rotting roots. The commoners have little love for him, lectured the Narrow Lady?
Narrowly?
What?
Narrow lady? What?
I don't even know what that's trying to be.
Who's lecturing? Why are they lecturing?
Lectured I literally don't know what that's supposed to be. Anyway. It is amazing that they would have ever let a pig like him become their ruler. I should imagine that his people would rise up and crucify him like the dog he is.
What?
Alas, Grignar, it is not as simple as all that. His soldiers are well paid by him. So long as he keeps their wages up, they will carry out his damned wished. The crude implements of the common folk would never stand up under an onslaught of forged blades and protective armor. They would be going to their own slaughter, stated Carthena to a confused but angered Grignar as they topped the stairway.
Wait, confused but angered.
He's all question marks and exclamation points right now.
You can be confused and angry. You can be both. You don't have to say but.
Yeah. Yet how can they bear to live under such oppression?
I would sooner die beneath the sword than live under such a dog's command.
Oh, Grigner's so fucking strong.
Added Grigner as the pair stalked down the hall in the direction opposite that in which Grigner had come.
Oh, Grigner's such a cool guy.
And Carthena is, like, explaining, like, basic, like, political
And horny.
stuff.
Grigner angry. And a
There-
little
there-
confused,
there's
but
some-
angry.
There's some weird digressions throughout this story, in case we hadn't noticed.
A little bit.
But all men are not of the same mold that you are born of. They choose to live as they are so, to save their filthy necks from the chopping block. Returned Carthena in a disgusted tone, as she cast an appeased glance towards the stalwart figure at her side, whose left arm was wound dexterously. Okay, this writer has wound arms dexterously around many body parts throughout this story. That has come up like 5 times, I think. His slowly waning torch casting their images in intermingling wisps as it dangled from his left hand. Presently, Carthena came upon the panel, concealed amongst the other granite slabs and discernible only by the burned-out cresset above it. As I pushed the cresset aside, pushed the panel inward. Are they doing a Super Mario puzzle now? Or a Zelda puzzle? Carthena. Fuck.
Yeah, fucking not my
They
turn.
fucking typoed.
Alright. Well, Yin's asleep, so it's all me now. Katerhenna motioned to the panel she was
Sorry. Grigner discovers liberals.
referring to and twisted the cresset in a counterclockwise motion. Grigner braced his right shoulder against the walling. You can't just put ing at the end of a noun.
It's like, I mean, wainscoting is a type of wall.
Sure, but that's not how you do your grammaring. Concentrating the force of his bulk against it, the slab gradually swung inward with a slight grating sound. Carthena stooped beneath Grigner's corded arms. This is very, the whole corded arms thing is very pulp. It's a phrase that's used in, like, Doc Savage
When they're, like,
all the fucking time.
Fighting a crocodile, some of their arms are just, like, bulging. And
Yeah,
got the
yeah.
veins sticking out there. It's like that's something Schwarzenegger was really good at in his youth, was getting those just buff arms, just the muscles
Yeah, definitely.
bulging out.
Yeah. I'm holding up, Katie.
Grigner discovers Republicans. Crescent.
Is supposed to be
Crescent.
crescent. Maybe?
You know,
Because crescent's not a word. So,
I'm
eh,
gonna hazard a. Given that a lot of the
It is?
villains,
Okay.
Given that a lot of the villains in here are
I don't know.
distinctly Middle Eastern coded, having a crescent as like their symbol,
oh god.
either as a
no.
recurring motif, would sort of fit that. I don't know if I may be reading into that, but that.
No, Kitty. Not my type.
Upper basket.
Thank you. No Grigner.
Metal copper basket, often mounted to or suspended from a pole containing oil, pitch, rope, steep, resin, or something flammable. Okay, so it's like a wall torch type deal.
Sure,
Alright,
so they're
that makes
like
more sense.
this
That
whole
fits.
paragraph is they turned a lantern and opened a secret passage. That's the whole paragraph is just that. Carthena stooped below Grigner's corded arms and crawled upon all fours into the passage beyond. Grigner followed after, easing the slab back into place. No swole? Only small? No, small. Swole is good, but like, Grigner's too much.
There's swole and then there's swole.
Winding before the pair was a dark, musty tunnel. Ooh, baby, you so musty. Exhibiting tangled spiderwebs from it, ceiling to wall, and an oozing, sickly slime running lazily upon its floor. Hanging from the chipped wall upon Griggen R's right side was a half-moldered corpse, its gray flacking arms held in place by rusted iron manacles. Maybe he was using it right? No! Manacles. Here we go. Carthena flinched back into Grignar's arms at sight of the leering Set in an ugly, distorted grimace, staring horribly at her from hollow, gaping sockets. She saw a skeleton? Yes, that's what this is. Okay. This is very confusing to read.
Yeah,
Isn't it?
this whole
Like,
thing has been...
all the adjectives in this whole story make it impossible to tell what the fuck is going on.
Like, the thing is, the most minute and unnecessary detail is given as much attention as the most plot-critical elements. So you can't actually parse, like, what you're supposed to be, as the reader, like, paying attention to or giving importance to. So everything is, like, just, it's a big, over-detailed mush.
This alcove must also be used by Agathim as a torture chamber. I wonder how many of his enemies have disappeared into these haunts, never to be heard from again, pondered the hulking brute.
Let us flee before we are also caught within Agathim's ghastly clutches. The exit from this tunnel cannot be very far from here,
said Carthena, with a slight sob to her voice as she sagged in Grignar's encompassing embrace. I feel like I got that sob right. I feel like I nailed that.
Also, it's so weird to me that Agathim is so close to Aghanim, but this was written before Zelda was a thing.
Yeah.
Like, honestly, if you had told me this was written in, like, the late 80s, it'd be like, oh yeah, that tracks, because this feels like D&D meets Legend of Zelda, but, like, badly. But
very
the fact
badly.
that it's before all of that has honestly been weirding me out.
It's really baffling.
It's so close to, like, bad video game tabletop fanfic, but it predates it. And I'm like, how?
It will be best to be finished with this corridor as soon as it is possible. But why do you flinch from the sight of death so? Rift! You have seen much death this day without exhibiting such emotions, exclaimed Grignar as he led her trembling form along the dingy confines. This is a period. Periods do not get exclaimed. Fuck you, Eye of Argon.
Well, I mean, have you noticed in a couple of sections I was reading that there were just exclamation points at the end of, like, said Grignar? She said bustily. I'm still fucking shook by she said bustily. Like, I can't even.
I came back to hear a dark, musky tunnel, and without context, that sounds like it is role-playing 804. Oh no!
You're not as
Cat,
far off
no!
as I wish you were.
Zal, I think that was Luna that said that. Oh, yeah, we're on this part, right? Okay.
The man hanging from the wall was Doyanta. He had committed the folly of showing affections for me in front of Agathim. He never meant any harm by his actions.
At this, Carthena broke into a slow, steady whimpering, chocking her voice with gasping sobs.
There was never anything between us, yet Agathim did this to him, the beast. May the demons of hell's deepest haunts claw away at his wretched flesh for this merciless act, she prayed.
Man, Carthena is not holding it together.
Yeah.
But she's holding it together enough to lecture Grignar on, like, economics. So.
I detect that you felt more for this fellow than you wish to let on. But enough of this. We can talk of such matters after we are once more free to do so. Sleep deprived works too, yeah. With this, Grigner lifted the grieved female to her feet and strode onward down the corridor, supporting the bulk of her weight with his surging left arm. But I live on through this arm! Yeah, it's...
Liquid Grigner.
It's Liquid Snake's arm. Presently, a dim light was perceptibly? Yeah.
Yeah.
Filtering into the tunnel, casting a dim reddish hue upon the moldy wall of the passage's grim confines. Carthena... Goodness. I need more drink, but better quality. I'm too tired. Carthena had ceased her whimpering and partially regained her composure.
The tunnel's end must be nearing. Rays of sunlight are beginning to seep into...
Grigner clammied his right hand over Carthena's mouth, and with a slight struggle pulled her over to the shadows at the right-hand wall of the path, while at the same time thrusting this torch beneath an overhanging stone to smolder its flickering rays. Be silent. I can hear footfalls approaching through the tunnel, growled Grigner in a hushed tone.
All that you can hear are the horses corralled at the far end of the tunnel. That is a further sign that we are nearing our goal.
She stated! Exclamation.
The use of exclamation points in here is baffling.
TOS! All that you hear is less than I hear. What? What? Parse this for me.
All that you hear is less than I hear. I hear things that you don't. It's like literally the most torturous possible way to construct that.
Roll with it? Alright.
But that's the best I've got.
Alright. I heard footsteps coming towards us. Silence yourself, that we may find out whom we are being brought into contact with. Passive voice. I doubt that any would have thought as yet of searching this passage for us. The advantage of surprises will be upon our side, Grigner warned. Once is just doing the Richter Belmont voice.
Yep.
Die, monster! You don't belong in this world.
What drawing is that? Is that supposed to be the...
Fine.
That's supposed to be Carthena? That's Carthena.
I think this is Carthena. Yeah? It's an illustration of the beautiful Carthena.
Arguably, it's the least bad drawing in here thus far.
Unless you pay too much attention to her lips.
Yeah.
Or her eyes.
Yeah.
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 She looks like a gray alien who's trying to be like human, like the alien for what is it, American
Mars
Dad?
Attacks.
Mars Attacks.
Yeah.
Yeah, Mars Attacks was immediately where my brain went there.
I love her 70s hair. It's very...
Oh, yes.
Yeah. That's good. It's great.
Big hair was the sexy thing.
It's definitely an approximation of what a woman looks like. Your female ears are worse than my good manly ears. Wench.
Quench?
Quench?
Quench my wench. Quench my stink wench.
Damn it. Alright, your turn. Fuck. I couldn't deal with Sleepy Yeen.
Yeah.
I am sleepy.
Yeah. It's all good.
You
I think
wanna go?
we're actually close to done.
Do you want to go lay down?
Oh, give me a minute.
Because the floor can't be comfortable.
The floor is perfectly comfy. You know how many floors I've fallen asleep on?
At least 2.
Yes.
This one and mine.
Yes.
Sexism in my shitty 70s fantasy?
Say it ain't so. Carthena cast her eyes downward and ceased any further pursuit towards conversation, an irritating habit in which she had gained an amazing proficiency.
irritating?
Well, Grignr doesn't like it when his ladies talk.
Oh, women should be seen and never heard. Of
Exactly.
course.
They should be boobed, but not proclaimed.
Yeah, they should do everything breastily.
Two figures came into the pair's view from around a turn in the tunnel. They were clothed in rich, luxuriant silks and rambling on in conversation while ignorant of their crouching foes waiting in an ambush ahead.
When they say the pairs, what they're talking about is her boobs, right?
That's what I was thinking.
Okay,
Yeah.
perfect.
That naughty boobs go in the pair wig.
Fuck. It's like a dead or alive thing.
Yes. When you set it to 99.
That barbarian dog is cringing beneath the weight of the lash at this moment, sire. He shall cause no more disturbance.
Aye, and so it is with any who dare to cross the path of Sargon's chosen one.
Oh god, it's
said
fucking
the second
Sargon
man.
of Akkad!
Oh no!
Fucking Karlgon!
Oh shit, yeah. I think you're right.
But the peasants are showing signs of growing unrest. They complain that they cannot feed their families while burdened with your taxes.
Feed your family.
I shall teach those sluts the meaning of humility. Oh dear. Again with the slut shaming. Come on. Order an immediate increase upon their taxes. They dare to question my sovereign authority? Ha-ah! They shall soon learn what true oppression can be. I will... A shadowed bulk leapt from behind a jutting promontory as it brought down a double-edged axe with the sped of a striking thought.
Sped?
One of the nobles sagged lifeless to the
Shadowed?
ground, skull split to the teeth.
Shadowed Baggins.
Grignr gasped as he observed the bisected face set in its leering death agonies. It was Agafind, the dead man's comrade. Having recovered from his shock, drew a jewel-encrusted dagger,
what?
again with the jewels.
Wait, what? Agafind? Who's Agafind?
I think that was the evil noble that sentenced him at the start.
No. That's wait. Agaphim.
I don't think they're the same.
Agaphim.
I think Agaphim and Agafind are two different
What?
characters.
No.
I think so. Do a Control F if you want to be sure. But I think they are two different characters.
No, forget it. I don't care enough.
Yeah,
I don't care enough.
Frankly,
Forget it.
all the
Frankly,
bad,
my dear, I don't give a damn.
all these evil nobles are deeply interchangeable.
He asked Kargon a question.
The dead man's comrade, having recovered from his shock, drew a jewel-encrusted dagger from beneath the folds of his robe and lunged towards the barbarian's back.
Ugh,
Grignr...
So much for the tolerant left. Ugh.
You said that as a direct attack on me. Grignr spun at the sound from behind and smashed down his crimsoned axe once more. His antagonist lunged howling to a stream of stagnant green water, grasping a spouting stump that had once been a wrist. Grignr raised his axe over his head and prepared to finish the incomplete job, but was deterred halfway through his lunge by a frenzied screech from behind. Carthena leapt to the head of the writhing figure, plunging a smoldering torch into the agonized face.
Holy fuck.
The howls increased in their horrid intensity, stifled by the sizzling of roasting flesh, then died down until the man was reduced to a blubbering mass of squirming, insensate flesh.
Can we say surprise hero? Does that count?
I think
Is
that
she a
might
hero
count.
now?
I think that might count because
I'm gonna say it
did just save his ass.
I'm gonna say that counts.
Oh shit!
That's technically.
I count it.
Kinda.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I count it.
We need this one though.
We do. Yeah.
And I think we might get it.
The Carthena is getting out of this story in one of two ways.
A dickering
or a deadening. Correct.
Right. But
She
when
is female. She cannot. But she just saved the big strong man because the bad Middle Eastern coded man was going to stab him in the back with a jeweled dagger. So it's sort of good.
This is all kinds of uncomfortable. This is not good. None of this is good.
Death Dickering.
Excuse?
That's the sequel to Death Stranding.
Excuse, though?
Okay. Huh.
Agafind and Agafim
Maybe.
are one and the same.
Unless, well, there were two nobles walking down the hall, yes?
Oh, okay.
What if
Maybe
one
one of them was
Agafim
Agafim and the
and
other
one
one
was
was
Agafind?
Agafind. Fair. Fine. All right.
Female saving man, wow, what a hit to Grigner's pride. Excuse me.
Death to
Grigner advanced to Carthena's side, wincing slightly from the putrid aroma of charred flesh that rose in a puff of thick white smog throughout the chamber. Carthena reeled slightly, staring dazedly downward at her gruesome handiwork. "I had to do it. It was Agaphim. I had to," she exclaimed. "Sargon should be more careful of his right hand,
Careful?
then," added Grigner, a smug grin upon his lips.
Carlful.
"But to hell with Sargon for now. The stench is becoming bothersome to me."
Can I live my life this way? Can this be like
Yeah? One would hope. One could hope.
Sexism destroyed. We did it, folks. Congratulations.
Yep.
We did it. We killed the sexism.
Feminism won. Good job. Yeah.
Patriarchy dismantled.
Had to do it to him.
Go on.
But to hell with Sargon for now. The stench is becoming bothersome to me. With that, Grigner grasped Carthena around the waist, leading her around the bend in the cave and into the open. Okay, she is the one that knows where they're going, but every time that they move, he's always like, handsy.
Women can't walk somewhere unless a man is leading them by the wrist or the waist.
She's like constantly on the verge of fainting here. A ball of feral red was rising through the mists of the eastern horizon, dissipating the slinking shadows of the night. We're outside now. A coral stood before the pair.
Are they describing a sun or like a dragon? Like, what the fuck?
Well, it might check off the dragon on the box.
I hope so. That'd be great.
A coral stood before the pair, enclosing two grazing mares.
Feral orb.
Grigner reached into a weighted down leather pouch dangling at his side and drew forth the scintillant red emerald he had obtained from the bloated idol. Raising it toward the sun, he said, "We shall do well with Bauble, eh?"
Oh my god.
Is he Canadian?
We shall do well with...
We shall do well with Bauble, eh?
Bubble, eh?
Bubble?
Okay. That was a laugh.
Okay.
That was a laugh.
Okay, I'm gonna pass this off to Bun.
Oh, yeah, no, that's okay.
We got you.
Babble.
Is there a blanket up there that you could toss to me, AK?
Then go lay in bed.
No.
You're gonna hurt your back some more.
Ian's having too much fun.
Ian is enjoying herself.
It becomes my problem because I have to, like, massage your shoulders after this.
You can have a little bit of back pain.
As a treat?
It's not a treat, though.
Is it, though?
We shall do well with this bauble, eh? Oh, for sure.
For sure.
Oh, my goodness, it's Aeon. Hey, how you
we're gonna
doing?
do real good with this bauble.
Oh, how you doing, Aeon? Just want to say I love you. Oh, Aeon's a wonderful bear friend. Shout out Aeon. Now that Aeon's, like, streaming again, they're great. Bear hugs! Carthena gaped at the gem.
Gaped, huh?
Indeed. Oh, it's not easy being a Canadian barbarian, eh? A barbarian.
Oh my god, guys, has anyone in chat, do you watch Letterkenny? Because suddenly I'm just picturing Wayne.
I do not watch Letterkenny, so I do not understand the reference.
I do, but I can't laugh about it because I try not to laugh. Yin bad lewd. Carthena gaped at the gem, gasping in a terrified manner.
The Eye of Argon! Oh, Kala!
Oh my god.
God damn it. I can't do it and not laugh, though. Does that count, or should I keep going? I'm gonna keep going.
Yeah.
We're almost there.
Well, yeah, we're almost done.
That's my mulligan.
Yeah.
At this, the gem gave off a blinding glow, then dribbled through Grigner's fingers in a slimy red ooze.
Touch nothing but the lamp.
Grigner stepped back, pushing Carthena behind him. The droplets of slime slowly converged into a pulsating, jelly-like mass. A single opening transfixed the blob, forming into a leech-like maw. Gross, it melted. Then the heinous transgressor of nature flowed towards Grigner, a trail of greenish slime lingering behind it. The single gap puckered repeatedly, emitting a ghastly sucking sound. Ugh. I do not like it. The more we read of this, the more I have to imagine the way that this writer does ERP.
Oh, yes.
You know what I
yes,
mean?
Yes, absolutely.
And it's horrible. It's got to be horrible.
The writer of this was the original. That's what good pussy sounds like.
Oh.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Grigner spread his legs. No! Fuck! No! Into a battle stance. Thank goodness. Stealing his quivering thews for a battle royal with a thing he knew not how to fight. Carthena wound her arms around her protector's neck, Iweki, mumbling, "Kill it! Kill!" while her entire body trembled.
God, she's like a chihuahua.
Woof, woof! The thing was almost upon Grigner when he buried his axe into the gristly maw. It's got gristle? Alright, fine. It passed through the blob and clanged to the ground. Grigner drew his axe back with a film of yellow-green slime clinging to the blade. Wasn't this thing red? It was like a red gem that, like, melted, right?
Yeah, it was described as, it's basically like a blood ooze.
Yes, Sal, how can I help you?
Uh-huh.
No daddy, no slimy.
It seems like there's a lot of noticing going on in the chat.
Woo. The thing was seemingly unaffected. Then it started to slooze up his leg. The hairs upon his nape stood on end from the slimy feel of the thing's bully bulk. Bully? Bulk? The
bulky bulk.
Nauseous sucking sound became louder. And Grigner felt the blood being drawn from his body, with each hiss of hideous pucker. The thing increased in size.
God, Grigner's really getting sucked off here.
Grigner shook his foot about madly in an attempt to dislodge the blob, but it clung like a leech, still feeding upon his rapidly draining life fluid.
Grigner's running dry.
He grasped with his hands, trying to rip it off, but only found his hands entangled in a sickly, glue-like substance. The slimy thing continued its puckering, now having grown the size of Grigner's leg from its vampiric feast. Grigner began to reel and stagger under the blob, his chalk-white face.
Yeah, I'll count it.
And faltering muscles attesting to the gigantic loss of blood. Carthena slipped from Grigner in a death-like faint. No fapping. No.
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 No. Oh, God. A marrow-chilling scream upon her red, rubish lips. In final desperation, Grigner... Did you watch the Final Desperation movies?
I did,
Did you like any of those?
Not really.
I thought the first one was okay.
like, the conceit was interesting, but...
I think they got a little too desperate.
Yeah.
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 Where the voice vor square in your bingo? We do not have one.
We actually don't have one.
We do not.
For what it's worth, we did not come up with that bingo chart. Because we went into this as blind as possible.
Mm-hmm. Grigner grasped the smoldering torch upon the ground and plunged it into the reeking maw of the travesty. A shudder passed through the thing. Grigner felt the blackness closing upon his eyes, but held on with the last ebb of his rapidly waning vitality. He could feel its grip lessening. Lessening? Lessening. That's not the lessening you wanted.
No, unless it's a lesson in sucking.
Splat. As a hideous, gurgling sound erupted from the writhing maw. The jelly-like mass began to bubble like a bowl full of jelly. Sorry, like a vat of boiling tar as quivers passed up and down its entire form.
End of available copy.
Fortunately, I do have the ending to this.
Oh, there's an
available.
ending to this.
There is a lost page.
A lost page.
There was a lost page for almost, I think it was like 26 years, something like that.
Wow.
That was eventually found. Okay, I'm gonna go because my soul feels violated. I'm sorry, Aeon. Have a great night and I love you.
This story does have that effect.
It's really bad.
Yeah.
It's amazingly bad. Alright, just center this just a little bit. On the screen here? Okay. So, here's the lost page 49. With a sloshing plop, the thing fell to the ground, evaporating in a thick scarlet cloud, until it reattained its original size.
Love you, ooh.
Love you, ooh, too. Outlaw, no. No! This is not okay. Oh no. And I'm getting booped. This is all I need.
Y'all are nasty. We say as we read this.
It remained thus for a moment as the puckered maw took the shape of a protruding red eyeball, the pupil of which seemed to unravel before it the tale of creation. How a shapeless mass slithered from the quagmires of the stigmatic pool of time. He's doing that stigmata again. Only to denigrate into a leprosy? That says leprosy, right?
Yes, that's
Of
definitely
avaricious lust? In that fleeting moment, the grim mystery of life was revealed before Grigner's ensnared gaze. Goodness gracious. Zal claims innocence. Don't woo that. The eyeball's glare turned to a sudden plea of mercy, a plea for the whole of humanity. Then the blob began to quiver with violent convulsions. Semicolon. The eyeball shattered into 1,000 tiny fragments and evaporated in a curling wisp of scarlet mist. The very ground
I came.
below the thing. Bala, thank you for the biddy. A scarlet mist, the very ground beneath the thing began to vibrate and swallow it up with a belch. Thank you. The thing was gone forever. All that remained was a dark red blotch upon the face of the earth, blotching things up. Just blotching the whole thing up.
Just all blotched up like jam. Just big old jam stain.
We've just blotched this whole thing. This is what dickering does. You just blotch it all up. There we go. Blocked. All of you are blocked. Oh.
None of you are innocent. You are all guilty. You will all be disciplined.
Do you want to finish this?
Yeah, all right.
Go for it.
The thing was gone forever. All that remained was a dark red blotch upon the face of the earth, blotching things up. Shaking his head, his shaggy
Blotchy
mane,
place.
to clear the jumbled fragments of his mind, Grigner tossed the limp female, over his shoulder, mounting one of the disgruntled mares and leading
Is she
the
dead?
other. I think she fainted. The weary, scarred barbarian trooted slowly off into the horizon to become a tiny pinpoint in a filtered field of swirling blue mists, leaving the nobles, soldiers, and peasants to replace the missing monarch. Long live the king.
4 exclamation marks?
4 exclamation. Long live the king! By Jim Theus, winner of the J.T. Rickosh Award for Excellence.
Oh, I would describe it as excellent, sure.
Yeah, sure. I would describe it as
Then now we can finally die.
writing. Now, is that a picture of Jim Theus?
No. This is definitely a different artist, 1, and 2, this is just, so this is like a fanzine, right? It's like a collection of short stories.
Mm-hmm.
So like you can see even the beginning of this has the
Yeah.
title page from this fanzine.
Yeah.
But the first page of Eye of Argon is page 27.
Oh, okay.
So there was like a story before this one, probably.
Mm-hmm. That makes sense.
Yeah.
Interesting.
No
I'm
more
actually
lost pages.
surprised that didn't end with any, like, fucking. Like, for a Conan the Barbarian style.
You know what
like,
though? We got puckering. I'm gonna go surprise asshole.
Yeah.
Because he got attacked by that pucker.
The puckering red slime monster. It's like, no, that's a yeah.
I'm gonna go with that.
Yeah.
1, there was an inexplicable romance.
Yeah, I'd call that.
And if she's dead, it's a fridging, but we're not really sure on that. All right.
Yeah, no, that was weirdly like
Yeah,
the one sexy scene happens early and is over very quickly with no real fanfare to it, but every single combat you can't necessarily tell what's happening or where. Lord knows I couldn't follow that, but like every fucking slosh of the organs and rending of the limbs is like gratuitously described.
Yeah.
It is this dude definitely a horny for Gorn.
It's a lot. It's a fucking lot.
Yeah, I do put sexy in massive exclamation points, or not, or fucking quotation marks. There we go. That's the bitch.
No dragons,
it's late,
right?
I had a lot of drinks.
No dragons is really disappointing.
Yeah, I'm slightly. I am slightly disappointed. Like we had some soldiers who all died immediately in no fanfare. We had
hey, Chilquil.
a rodent of unusual size.
Mhm.
We had a slime monster.
Yeah.
And that was it. Like, the whole thing with, like, the sarcophagi in the mausoleum and whatnot, it's like, there couldn't have been a mummy in there? Come on.
Yeah, it was just like a trap, right?
And that trap was given easily a page worth of exposition explaining, he
easily.
dodged it, and then he was looking at it, and it was explained, like, what it was and how it worked, and then he went down into the mausoleum and, like, looked up back on it, and he, like, reset the trap so that another guy got killed by it. Like, it was a whole fucking subplot.
There was also, like, paragraphs devoted to that nut punch.
Yeah, that nut punch definitely got some attention.
And
Kitsune,
what was up with the epileptic seizure?
Pyro's noting that Trap was a surprise character.
Of course.
I might agree with that.
Yeah. I was surprised. Not pleasantly, but,
No. I would say there were no real pleasant surprises in the story. There were definitely a lot of surprises, but none of it that I was like, oh, holy shit. It was always like, really?
Yeah.
Really?
Shout out to the wonderfully terrible fantasy names.
Yes.
I love the Norgolian Empire. I like the accordion. Accordia? Is it just
Yeah.
Accordia, I guess? I don't know.
One thing I will give the terrible fantasy names is they were nonsensical, but there were no hyphens, there were no apostrophes, and none of them were stupidly long.
Yeah, this doesn't feel
So
very
it was, they were dumb fantasy names, but they weren't unpronounced. Like the Agafim Agafleur whatever was confusing and dumb, but like that was the only really like unpronounceable one.
It was weirdly less rapey than I was expecting. It was pretty rapey, but like
with the whole
goodness.
thing with the sacrifice and like the guy, like they did describe like his teeth were like rotting out of his head, and he did this
really
big
gross.
sloppy kiss on her that made her throw up, and it's
really
like
gross.
It was definitely
yeah. I think that the naming convention thing comes from the fact that this was not Tolkien inspired. This was. It seems like this was written by somebody who had never read Lord of the Rings. You know.
Yeah.
So they didn't get all the weird elven names and the apostrophes and stuff like that. Like a lot of that stuff comes from there or from Dungeons and Dragons, which would have been after this. Yes. So a lot of the names are more Conan inspired kind of stuff.
Yeah.
Which is also probably where a lot of the racism comes from. Yeah. Dragon dickering. But I had fun with this.
Yeah,
and I'm tired. And I need to stop reading it for the rest of my life.
Yeah.
Forever.
Yeah, I'm okay with that.
Oh yeah, please feel free to join the Discord. I do twits on the twit machine. No more boring reading. Not tonight.
No.
However,
we'll try and do this.
We do need to do this some more.
Yeah. When we've done it, it's consistently been a very an enjoyable time and a very successful stream all around.
Yeah, I'm actually surprised. I don't expect these kind of streams where we're doing like readings or like just chatting stuff to bring in many new people. But I think we got a couple new follows out of this, which is awesome. I mostly do it because I enjoy it, and I think you guys would enjoy it. So it's really fun to do when I get to. Sorry, just trying to find somebody to raid. Here we go. It was certainly a thing that happened. Oh, Katie.
Yeah, that is accurate.
You know what? Katie, I would give you more fluff therapy. Just remind me I owe you one, okay? Like I owe you a fluff therapy. Alice is hunting monsters. Ooh. Because the cat is like super asleep right now. And I'm not about to bother him. The cat and Yeen are like sleeping together. It's adorable. It's super cute.